Am I good?
You sound good.
Okay. Well, good. I think I'm done rendering.
Ooh, it smells like burnt hair already. Jeez.
Why?
I'm turning the heat coils on in the basement for the first time in a year.
Oh.
It'll go away in like half an hour.
Yeah.
Doing all right, just getting started. So that mod for the Super Nintendo Star Fox lets you do 5-player co-op, apparently.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try sometime. I love this trend of modding Super Nintendo games into co-op. I wonder if it's going to be like the Zelda game where we all fight our own enemies, though. I don't like that.
Yeah.
It's going pretty good. If you're just joining us for the first time in like 2 weeks, I took a vacation to visit my family. I hadn't seen my mom or any of the rest of my family in like 3 years. So I went down, got to visit, had a good time.
You guys are going to be cruising at about 0.5. That's 4 hours non-stop to Venom this time of year, so I hope you don't mind being cramped up in there for that long.
I'll be all right.
We'll be fine, Bell.
Okay, stand by. This encrypted channel does not exist. We are not using it. Do you both understand?
Yes, I understand.
Great, because I'm going to play a message that wasn't left with someone's secretary this morning.
Pepper, it's Koba. I found him. What you want? I've got him right here. I'm gonna take the tack line all night tomorrow night. Tripmaster is the only railway left with no surveillance. That's the Venoma City Loop at 111 local. You want?
Do you want me to play it again?
No.
Okay, guys. Charge your crews.
Charging. Charging.
You're both reinstated at your former CAF ranks, visiting the Cornerian Embassy in Venoma City, hence the paperwork and uniforms. Whatever Koba's got for Pepper, you take it, ride the train until it loops around again, get back to your R-Wings, and fly home.
My cruise is charged. All right, Bell. We're ready.
Okay, I'm closing the channel now. Good luck. You guys are going to be cruising at about 0.5.
Costin's almost done. I have to watch the first one again before I see Maverick. Kiddo, this is 10 years before episode 1. So this is Peppy and Fox's dad, James McLeod. And the guy at Space Dynamics that's communicating them with them here is Slippy's father, Beltino.
You guys are going to be cruising at about 0.5. That's 4 hours non-stop to Venom this time of the year, so I hope you don't mind being cramped up in there for that long. You guys are going to be cruising at about 0.5.
Beltino is actually from the games. He is an established character. You see some of Fox's parents, Wolf's parents, Falco's parents, Slippy's dad. The orange frog is Slippy's uncle, Uncle Grippy.
Slippy and Grippy.
Yes, Slippy's uncle is Uncle Grippy. No joke. The worst nickname for an uncle. Do I still have those damn licenses? I showed them on here a couple weeks ago. Yeah, here we go. Is that gonna show up? Yeah, there we go. There we are. Where dreams come true. I just turned the heat on for the first time in ages. My stream dashboard. Damn, I almost got 15,000 followers. How about that? How did my sub points go from 187 to exactly 50 less? Oh, I must have gotten those 50 gift subs exactly 31 days ago. They've run out. It's gonna be a skinny Christmas. It's all good. All right, I'm looking back there. I don't see any smoke coming up. Doritos, Lucos Tacos, thanks for the gift sub.
I think mashed potatoes is the ultimate side dish for Thanksgiving.
Oh my god. Oh, that's interesting. So if the last 3 letters... Huh. Oh well, doesn't matter. Name your materials, folks. That goes double for you, Slava.
Yes.
Do you not name your materials?
No, I do name them.
They're all material.001, 002, 003.
No, I'm not naming my layers on Substance Painter. This is a problem sometimes.
Whenever I make a duplicate copy of James or the other grease pencils, this happens to the names. Which is fine. Like when I do my code searching for the materials, it's like find the material that has upper teeth, lower teeth, or throat, or James, or tongue, or whatever. And it's still in there. It just has like a .005, 006, or whatever every time I make a copy. Which is fine. Wait, what got sent at Crescent Wolf? Thank you for the resub. Welcome back. I took 2 weeks to visit my family for the first time since before COVID happened. The last time I saw my mom, there was no such thing as COVID-19. No such thing as COVID-19. The Kofefe had not yet been pulled out of Wuhan. They found Bat Boy over there. He had the Chinese. They call it COVID-19. I'm getting de-algorithmed as we speak. Yeah, he was trying to say COVID-19 and they grabbed the phone from him and it sent Kofefe instead. God Emperor Trump was trying to warn his precious sheep. Oh, Greg found the Captain Morgan gingerbread. He's in trouble. Wuhan Joe, what a guy. Creswell, thank you for gifting another sub to Ambitious Austin. Alright, I gotta figure this shit out. I think I messed up my loops. Hold on a second. And this one is the Silent Hill music. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the good thing that's come out of COVID, I think, is that companies are realizing that they can let people work from home and save rent on office space. Which is like, that is the only thing that I actually prayed when I was younger, when I was like 14, 15, 16. I got my first job when I was 14. And then Checkers. This is a band called Zero Futurism. This is some of their Silent Hill Hospital core music or whatever it's called. But yeah, by the time I had got my second job doing fast food and stuff, I actually prayed. I was like, God, if you're up there, I don't need too much money. I'll work a low money job. Just let me work from home. Let me have a job that I can do on my computer. I don't have to like show up and be like, we're very sorry about that, ma'am. No, you're not, you little fucker. Let me speak to your man, you know. I worked customer service and retail and pest control and bail enforcement. Stuff dealing with people firsthand for like 15, 16 years, 17 years. From 14 to 31. And then I nabbed a Patreon. But holy shit, if I ever lost my Patreon and had to get like a regular 9 to 5 again, I don't think I could do customers. I would the first person that smarted off to me, I would be like, all right, I don't have to take this. I quit, bye, and I'd just find something else to do. I don't know if I could do it again. I like, so many of my managers were like, you are so good at eating shit. You are eating shit and kissing ass. You are phenomenal at it. We need to put you as like head customer service manager.
It sounds really corny, but it really is just, you get to a point where you have too much self-respect. I won't even say too much. Like, you've developed the healthy amount where you're like, I don't need to eat shit. Like,
no, if you're a
not on the menu
teenager
today,
or in your early 20s and you're just getting into the workforce, you need it. You need to nibble a turd and kiss an ass every now and then. It's good for you, but like when you get into your 30s and I guess 40s, at that point you need to have a position that's not that. I guess, unless you like that, unless you're like masochistic. But yeah, like if I got put in there again nowadays and somebody, what are they, Karen or Darren or whatever, like did that shit to me, like no. I can deal with someone being really upset and frustrated. And that was one good thing, or like when somebody would come in and they would be like really I don't know. if you're frustrated, that's one thing. Like I can deal with people like that. I can talk to them and be like, yeah, like just between you and me, my boss wouldn't want me saying this, but yeah, the service sucks. I try to do what I can when I can.
There's a difference between someone legitimately needs or wants your help in those types of jobs, and they're not looking. They might be like audibly frustrated. They're not mad at you yet, but,
Yeah, but
I'm cool with helping them out. Like I will absolutely like change their fucking day. Like, but
yeah,
it's the people
but
that don't want help and just want to be angry
the
and
John
like stick your
Simpsons.
face in the mud. Yeah. Like that shit, I'm like,
like
nah.
I like listening to those Square Trade calls. Like I actually wanted to dox that dude and be like, "Hey, y'all, like go find this guy and like poop on his lawn, leave human feces on this guy's lawn." Like, I was listening to some recorded calls from a friend who was training people, and he had all these calls where people call and be like, "I think you're a and you need to and all you over there in wherever land," and blah, like really just evil people. And this one guy kept calling in and just used every racial slur like directly to the people, and the people just trying to like, "Well, sir, we understand your frustration," and blah blah blah. I was like, "Yeah, no, you don't, because you're one of them over there in land." And like, yeah, it was literally that bad. It was so bad. And this dude, and he had like 9 calls recorded by this guy, just to show people how like evil and mean that people can be calling in. And it happens the other way too. Like he had the one of the guy, like someone calling in not wanting to buy the upgrade for their computer, and like the tech guy was like, "Ah, you are a pussy, little pussy baby virgin, never going to get a girl because you don't want to order the higher tier. Come on, don't be a pussy baby, you pussy."
Yeah.
Like
That was rough.
why are you saying this to me? Pussy, little baby pussy, never get a girl. Like the person like that worked there saying that to the customer calling. That was probably someone who had just snapped. I want a copy of the call where the lady's crying on the phone like, "I just want some money to fix my computer and you guys are making this so difficult." It's like, ma'am, I understand your frustration. I'm going to get you right over to someone. We're going to escalate this and we're going to get your problem solved, okay? Like, okay, just make it quick or whatever. And then he thinks he puts her on hold, but he doesn't, and you hear him going, "Wah, wah, fucking wah, wah, I'm a little baby bitch. I hate this fucking job." And it's, and the lady's like, "Excuse me, I'm still here. I can hear you, you asshole. I want to talk to your manager now." And then, boop, boop.
That's and the thing is, that's verbatim. Like that is actually 100% how that call went.
And he goes, "Wah, wah, fucking wah. I'm a little bitch, baby, that can't give a blah, blah, blah. I hate this fucking job." Like, like, "I can still hear you, you asshole."
That's when the voice in your head comes out your mouth.
Yeah.
Like that.
You
that
don't
was
have that little
from the heart.
switch that's like, "Hey, don't do that." So I need to copy shot 8 to shot 10. I'm a little bit. God, so crazy.
Oh, the adventures, kiddo. It'll drive you into some nasty habits.
Hey, why is this not actually a camera? Boosh, thank you for the bits. Antos, thanks for the resub. Look at all these cameras in here. Good God Almighty.
Excellent!
Grizz, thank you for the resub. Man, I just want some more Sayanka. It was so good. I want more of that borscht. I only got one spoonful, but it was so good. Ouch, that sucks. But I gotta tell you one thing, the job market is open as hell right now. I've never, not since the 90s, have I seen so many help wanted signs. Every single place, all shifts, all positions, part-time and full-time, everywhere. Because so many people are just like, nah, fuck this. It's a revolt of the proletariat. Damn.
Do you want me to play it again?
No.
If you're seeing this flickering up here on his ear, ignore that. It's not going to be there in the... Oh, fuck, I can just go ahead and turn it on here. Do you want me to play it again?
No, you bastard.
Do you want me to play it again?
No.
So those would actually... They would have light shining on them. Why are they black? Custom distance? Ah.
You both understand?
Yes, I understand.
Great. Because I'm gonna play a message that you both understand.
Yes, I understand.
Great. Because I'm gonna play a message that wasn't left with someone's secretary. You both understand?
Yes, I understand.
Great. Because I'm gonna play a message that wasn't left with... You guys are gonna be cruising at about 0.5. That's 4 hours non-stop to Venom this time of year, so I hope you don't mind being cramped up in there for that long.
I'll be all right. We'll be fine, Bell.
Okay, stand by. This encrypted channel does not exist. We are not using it. Do you both understand?
Yes, I understand.
Great. Because I'm gonna play a message that wasn't left with someone's secretary this morning.
Pepper, it's Koba. I found him. What you want? I've got him right Sonoma City Loop at 111 local. You want...
Do you want me to play it again?
No.
Okay, guys. Charge your crews.
Charging. Charging.
I should quit doing this shit. Why are you looking at me like that, Falco? Why are you fucking looking at me like that? God, my original script for Star Fox, the animated series, it was seriously just Falco and Fox just shit-talking each other and getting into childish fights. It was still funny as fuck, but like, holy shit. Like, looking back at the old scripts and stuff now. They were just like incredibly toxic. I went for lunch on an outing, saw a sign saying $20 an hour for work. I'm more than 100 feet away at the street. There was a guy holding a sign for donations. Well, that's because panhandlers make way more than $20 an hour if you're in the right spot.
I think the San Francisco Bushman made like $80,000 one year.
Who?
The San Francisco Bushman. He's I think he was even in an episode of Full House. But just this dude that like holds a branch and like pretends like he's hiding, and then when people walk by, he's like boo, and then they give him money, and
Damn.
he's in like Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. Yeah, I've seen him a few times. Yeah, he has his own Wikipedia.
Jesus.
Yeah, in a good year, Johnson claims he earned $60,000.
It's like twice as much as I make, almost. Our little town is overrun by wolves.
You're right, there is a Captain Morgan's gingerbread.
Mm.
And
That John Pup lives in Portland as well. Who's the guy that we went by that, like, he was holding a sign that said, "Too ugly to prostitute"?
oh yeah.
That was in
Like-
Maine, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of people do the whole, well, if I have this sign, they'll say, well, at least he's honest. Some be like, I just want to get fucked up on crack, and write that on a fucking sign.
Yeah.
You're
think
like,
his sign
well, at
said
least
too
you're
lazy.
honest.
Yeah. It said too lazy to work, too ugly to prostitute, or something.
I can't remember the first part. It wasn't too lazy to work. It was something else.
It was something of that same flavor.
Yeah. Roll down the window and be like, you ain't too ugly. You can be my sugar bear.
How many teeth you got?
Can you? No, that's what it was. I was like, I'm gonna roll up and be like, can you open your mouth without showing your teeth?
Yeah.
I don't care how pretty you are. I want that gummer. I want to get up in them gums.
Hey, you got a gum road?
Yeah, the shift change where the one guy drives up in an Escalade and gets out and switches places. I do need to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna eat tonight. I'm here alone. Greg is puppy sitting. I'm puppy sitting here, but it was a matter of that or both of us going together and puppy sitting Frankie and Lex together, which would have been total hell. Easy lines.
Supposed to make Mediterranean chicken for myself tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What shot are we on? 9. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Charge your crews.
Charging. Charging.
Okay, guys. Charge your crews.
Charging. Charging.
Okay, guys. Charge your crews.
Charging. Charging.
Good
You're
enough.
both reinstated at your former CAF ranks, visiting the Cornerian Embassy in Venoma City, hence the paperwork and uniforms. Whatever Koba's got for Pepper, you take it, ride the train until it loops around again, get back to your...
CCR cover band. Just narrating everything I'm doing. Wow, Fredericton is completely snowed in. Yeah. I don't think they should call it AI. I think they should call it learned machine. It's artificial intelligence. That's like what they call artificial intelligence. Like oh, you feed it 30 terabytes of images, and it's the thing. Like that's not real artificial intelligence. I'm not gonna like get into a debate or anything, but I don't know. It's not. Yeah, like I just.
It's a cool tool as long as it's not being used to rip off.
No, it's cool, but it's
shit,
like I think it's a misnomer to call it AI because it's. I don't know. I think actual AI, would be like millions of Markov chains of do this or do that, and like the AI generated imagery. It's I don't know. It's close, but I wouldn't call it AI. I would call it like machine learning or something. Algorithmic generation. That'd be a good one. It's impressive, it's cool, but I don't think it deserves to be called AI. We'll get there. I'm not saying it's impossible or a slippery slope that can never be overcome or anything like that, but what it is right now, I don't believe that's true AI. I mean, a true AI will still need input and whatnot, but like the thing that we're using now, I'd call that something like machine learning. I wouldn't call it AI. Well, if we gave computers actual AI and could do that, like that's one of the things that I wanted to put into a Fox in Space, like what Andros is working with, like figuring out exactly how a brain works and building a machine that works exactly like a brain, which requires a lot of space, a lot of time, and some test subjects and whatnot. That's one of the reasons in my canon that General Pepper's like, nope, fuck you, fuck no, nope, nope, nope. You are no longer a Cornerian scientist. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'd execute you if I could, but yeah, I can't. So you're exiled. Get the fuck out of here. It's like you see at the very beginning of episode 2, he's doing an experiment with a fucking brain in a jar. It's kind of foreshadowing.
Okay, guys. Charge your crews.
Charging. Charging.
No. My computer does not have Minesweeper.
Search for Minesweeper on the Games Network. Download now. No credit card needed. Free to play. New cosmetic purchasables for Minesweeper. Have purple Minesweeper. Have blue Minesweeper. My Little Minesweeper pony accent.
I will say it. Capitalism has ruined many video games. The very nature of creating video games, now that like old fat white businessman dudes in Silicon Valley have like figured out like video game equals money as long as video game is this thing. Yeah, like it's, I don't know, it's kind of sad.
You're both reinstated at your former seat. Okay, guys. Charge your crews.
Charging. Charging.
You're both reinstated.
I mean, I'm all for capitalism and, you know, making your money, but there are certain things that I believe are kind of shitty that capitalism can ruin. Like video games. I look at video games more as an art form rather than a commodity. You can tell which companies do the opposite. It's like the Ubisoft, the EA games, and like all those, Blizzard and all that. Microtransaction, do the thing. Subscribe, prepay, online, no credit card needed, order now. Like that kind of shit getting into video games. That's why I just don't play any AAA titles anymore. Every great once in a while, there'll be one that comes along that's all right. But most of it, it's just the same shit that they've hypnotized like so many kids and young people into like being obsessed with.
Gotta get the new thing. Gotta speedrun the new thing. Buy the new cosmetic because my friends are buying it. Battle Pass, pre-order, special edition. It's like, make a fucking video game, fix the main bugs with it, and move on. Make another video. We need to design one video game. What if we designed one video game that everyone on Earth played forever?
Forever. Like there are companies searching and researching and doing this shit, like trying to find the killer app video game that kids will want to play forever. They got pretty damn close with World of Warcraft. Can you imagine like playing only one video game for literally 20 years? We're coming up on 20-year veterans of World of Warcraft. I couldn't do it. World of Warcraft is fun, but it's not a thing where I will let myself like fall into that for literally 15 years and let that be my life experiences. If you're disabled or you have nothing else to live for than, you know, hitting caps lock and auto walking forward in a game and left clicking enemies for 20 years of your life, If that's all you can find, then bless your fucking heart. Do it. Follow your fucking dreams. But I cannot imagine playing one video game and nothing else for like 15 years. Some people do it. Some people do it. But I don't know. I couldn't. And it's not me like hating on or calling anybody out or anything. I think there's better stuff in life to do than playing one video game that long. The most hours I have in any video game is Arma 3. And most of that time is just like building stuff. I have, I'm gonna look. I wanna see how many hours I have in Arma 3. And Barotrauma. Because I know people that have like 10,000 hours in a video game. How the fuck can you do that? I don't even think that some video games have 10,000 hours of programming put into them. Yeah, let me look at Arma 3. What have I got? Arma 3, 1,433 hours, 0.7. I have 1,400 hours in Arma 3. Most of that time was like building and coding stuff. Like 90% of my Arma 3 time is spent in the editor coding and programming shit. So yeah, that's it. That is the most time I've spent in a single video game. Is 1,433 hours in Arma 3.
Excellent!
I think the next game down from that would be Killing Floor 2 or Barotrauma or something. Let me look. I want to see. Barotrauma. I've spent 260 hours in Barotrauma. It's one of my favorite games in the world, and still it's about 7 days to die. I've spent 770 hours in 7 days to die. I think that's my second most played video game. But let's see, I want to see Killing Floor. Killing Floor 1. Killing Floor 1, 308 hours. Killing Floor 2, 243. I've still played Killing Floor 1 more than I've played Killing Floor 2. That blows my mind. Metal Gear 5, I've played 50 hours. Mordhau, I've played 190 hours. Payday 1, 65 hours. Payday 2, I've played 136 hours. But I think that's it. I think 7 Days to Die and Arma 3 I've played more than anything else. Man, I really didn't play the Vermintide games as much as I thought I did. They're fun, but it's just like Left 4 Dead. It's literally just Left 4 Dead. All right, we played through the entire scenario. You guys want to play it again? Nah, not really. I don't know. It's something that you pull out and dust off every couple years. I can't believe I've only played Barotrauma for 260 hours. It's like my favorite co-op game. How many hours do I have in Face Rig? Yeah, let me look that up. I want to see how long I've been in Face Rig. All right, let's see. Face Rig. How much time have I got in Face Rig? Yeah, Face Rig is my highest used video game. Today,
Yesterday, actually, I broke the 2,000 hour mark. I'm at 2,002.6 hours on Face Rig. That's crazy. I've been in Face Rig a little bit longer than I've been in Arma 3. Yeah, as of yesterday, I broke 2,000 hours on Face Rig. Blender, I'm well over that on Blender, but I don't have my hours logged on Blender, and plus I'd have to log it from 3 different computers. I probably have 4,000 hours in Blender, 3,000 hours somewhere. Not more than that. God. Definitely thousands of hours in Blender. I don't know how I would even think to calculate that. Eight hours a day times 5 days a week times 52 weeks times 3 years. That's 6,000. So yeah, I'm probably over 5,000 or 6,000 hours in Blender. So I've been using it 8 hours a day, at least more than 5 days a week. So this is an underestimate. So let's say 8 hours a day times 5 days a week, which is more like 7 days. But let's just keep it as a Monday, Friday. Times 5 days, 8 hours times 5 days a week times 52 weeks in a year. And I've been using Blender since 2018 to 19, 20, 20. So like times 4 years. About 8,000 hours. I know people that have over 10,000 hours in Team Fortress 2. How many hours you have in Rainbow Six Siege, Slava?
Let me open this up.
Сколько часов?
Dude, I wasted my life. Okay, let's count. I have 2,000 hours in Rainbow Six.
That's not.
I have 5,000 hours in Dota 2. I have. Wait. I'm not finished yet.
You're playing too much Dota. Get off the Dota 2. You're playing too much Dota. You need to be studying to become lawyer. Playing too much Dota.
I have 1,300 hours in Mordhau. What next?
Overwatch. What's your Overwatch? Overwatch isn't on Steam though, is it?
No, let me open this up. I probably have. Oh my God, where is it? Okay, 1 second. I want to see the PUBG. Okay, 1,000 hours in PUBG. 870 hours in Rocket League.
No, it's Arma 3 and 7 Days to Die. Everything else is like 300 hours or less.
Dude,
I'm a cash.
I started to play Destiny in the end of the summer. I already have 270 hours. And yeah, and some minor games like less than 200 hours. So yeah, it's bad. And Overwatch probably 700 hours.
It's not too bad.
at your former CAF ranks, visiting the Cornerian... You're both reinstated at your former CAF ranks. CAF ranks, visiting the Cornerian Embassy in Venoma City, hence the paperwork and uniforms.
I need to figure out what I'm going to do for supper tonight. Just so you guys know, it takes around 500 hours of work to get basic fluency in a language. So if you have 2,000 hours playing a first-person shooter, you could have learned 4 languages at a basic fluency level in that time. And probably be able to get like crazy jobs doing bilingual shit. Takes about 500 hours of practice to reach basic fluency in a group 1, or like a you know, like Afrikaans or English, Spanish, Italian, French kind of thing. If you practice 10 hours a day, if it was like your full-time job to learn a language, you could become basically fluent in a language in less than 2 months. But that's like buckling down and doing nothing but work. Oh yeah, you guys are getting Fred pilled. When I finish episode 2, I am going to drop a lot more time on finishing up my Russian fluency. Definitely. And hopefully by that time, Bubba and Rex will be about at my level, so we can all take the same classes.
Hello.
Hey, speaking of, what's going on?
Not much. I actually finally checked out the bigger Russian grocery store that's out here in Houston.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I actually really want to take you and Greg there because...
We'll go.
Like, dude, it all Russian around me all the time. Like me, Jai, and Dev, like we were just walking around and everybody's speaking, and like it was actually
It's
full
crazy
of people.
in
It was
Texas.
really awesome. Yeah, of all places that we've been to, this is the one place where like. Anyways, how's it been going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Awesome. I came right in as you said something about class. So
We're just talking about like all the hours that we've spent in Steam games.
oh yeah.
I just hit 2,000 hours yesterday in Face Rig, which I only have running while I'm working on a live stream, but...
Can you actually sort your library by how much you've played?
Can you what?
Can you actually sort your library by how much you've played?
I don't know if you can sort it by that.
You can do this on the phone.
Oh, on Steam app
Oh.
on phone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll check later. I know that I put a ridiculous in Dark Souls all games. 465 hours in Dark Souls 3. 202.
That's all right for the beginning.
Yeah, yeah.
I might do Taste of India tonight. Oh, wait. What is it? Saturday? I don't know if they're open. Turkish Big Bite. And they have the exact same icon as Shawarma Hut. What is the Turkish Big Bite?
It's new. It's new. They don't even have a rating yet. Turkish family meals, Turkish pastry, tandoori, chicken shish.
Wow.
It's just another kebab place. Kebab? Kebab. Souvlaki? Yeah, I'll pass on that tonight. Go on, work on down at the Turkish Big Bite. Yeah, it does sound like an Urban Dictionary. Turkish Big Bite is where your girl's behind you and you take your and you stick it in the dripping down the and then you go Simba. That's a Turkish Big Bite. I'll have to get something though. Let me see what's on here. Royal King, Taste of India. Yeah, I'll do that tonight. No, I can see how much money I've spent on my Steam accounts, like $4,000, something like that, $5,000. Keep in mind, I've had Steam since 2003. I've had Steam for like 19 years. So $4,000 or $5,000 over the course of 19 years, that's not too bad. Yeah, give me a second. Let me put this order in. I'll get back to animating. Did they get rid of their combo meals? I think they did. Nope, never mind. No, there. $39.99. Not a cent more for that dirty ass. Who's gonna pay for my dinner tonight? Is it gonna be PayPal or Visa? It's gonna be Rory! Thank you for the resub, Rory. 54 months. Anyway. Yeah, 35, 45 minutes. Yeah, fuck it. Can't get my line thickness any smaller than that, huh?
I found it. Found the bug where it's doing. I know you? Yeah, I had the record button on for some of these. But I fixed it. Thank God. Definitely saved. Yeah, I had a thing where like I would scroll through and it would change the pitch up to things. That was weird. Yeah, I still have my pickup truck. It still runs. I'm trying to find somebody to sell it to. If nobody wants to buy it, I'll just fucking keep it and store it somewhere. Your order has been confirmed. Taste of India will be responsible for its accuracy and packaging. I understand. It is a 1996 Nissan XE pickup. Regular cab, burgundy. This homeboy right here.
You're trying to sell that to somebody you know, preferably.
Anybody that'll give me like $4,000 for it or more. No, I got that truck a few days before my 18th birthday. It's 5 days before 9/11. September 6th, 2001. I got my little stick shift truck when I was 17, and I still have it, and it still runs. The AC still works in it. I mean, yeah, it's got a lot of stuff that's kind of like messed up on it, but it still runs. I drove it up here a couple years ago from Tennessee to fucking New Brunswick. And there's been a bunch of people that want them. There have been people calling, leaving numbers and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know. Let me wait till I get another car, and I got my new car. I forgot to ask them why they didn't take my car payment out this month.
They might still be open for you to do so.
No, Saturday.
They haven't sent you an email or anything about it saying like late payment, nothing in the mail or anything like
No.
that?
They took a payment out last month on the 3rd. And they didn't take one out this month on the 3rd. I need to ask them about that.
Yeah. Also, it wouldn't hurt to check and see if they might have changed your payment date.
It's possible.
They may
I have
moved
like
towards the
3
end of it.
months worth of payment money in that account, so I know it's not like they tried to take the amount and it didn't come out.
Yeah, you know you're good. You just know that they also have taken it. I get it.
I don't want some dude like hot wiring my car and repossessing it because they think I haven't been paying.
It would be for more than a month for that to happen, but yeah. I'm going through U-Haul to get my trailer installed. Where else? $400 or $500.
Is U-Haul a little bit cheaper?
Yeah, it's like a little cheaper by like maybe $50 compared to the other places I've looked at. And I would
just do it through them if they know what they're doing.
Not only that, but if I'm getting a trailer from them to tow, I may as well.
Oh, I still got that blood orange rattler down here. I got 2 of them, but I never drank mine when y'all were here.
Want a what now? I'm sorry.
The rattler, the grapefruit rattler with the little raccoon on the velocipede.
Dude, the blood orange one is really good if you ever go back for more.
Yeah, I'm about to have one.
Nice.
Yeah, let me go get that rattler. Here go your fries, do it. That was a thing a while ago. People saying do it after everything. People talking about it, and I never really believed it until I went to a place. I went to Wendy's, and the dude at the window was like, when I got my fries, I was waiting on them because they had just dropped some, and he just handed it through. He's like, here go your fries, do it. And I was like, what?
What the fuck?
Where go my fries? Here go your fries. Do it.
Do it.
This was like 2009, so go figure.
Yeah.
BRB.
Sorry.
Well, I'm back.
Gross. And welcome back.
I'm making some Mediterranean chicken.
Nice.
Yeah. It's marinating in some yogurt and spices right now.
Jai and Dev and I went to Pacific Ocean dim sum place. Really good. We tried chicken feet the first time. It was also really good, actually. It's very bony. And then we went to the Russian General Store that was nearby. It's the one that I hadn't gone to yet that's out here because it's an hour away from.
Yeah.
But it was awesome because there were a lot of people actually in it, and all of them speaking Russian, and me being too shy to say anything, so I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is cool. I won't say a word.
Out of respect.
Yeah. I gave a very quiet and short "Spasiba" as I left. But I did buy. They didn't have the individual bars at Dadu, but they did have them by the box. It comes like 8 in a box.
What's so fucking funny, Slava?
Dadu.
That's what it says. Am I saying it wrong?
What is Dadu?
It's like a Russian frozen cheese, like chocolate covered cheese cake kind of thing.
Never heard about it.
It's pretty good. I'm sad because I left my cactus flavored one at Kevin's house.
Oh, you had a
Cactus flavored what?
It was a cactus flavored Dadu.
What?
It looks like that, Slava. Opposed to the
Yeah.
General.
Ah, it's some brand. Yeah, I
Yeah.
have no idea.
No, it was really good though. Jai had never had it before. She liked it because it's not overly sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a cheese, basically. It's like cheesecake in the chocolate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Not
I also
exactly,
bought a small block of that cheese that what is it that Greg made the other day? Suniki?
So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I got some cheese to try and make that.
Oh, the farmer's
The
cheese.
farmer's cheese?
Yeah, it's vanilla flavored, so I'm curious as to how that's gonna go.
Then it's ruined.
Well, I'll try it anyway.
Damn. That's some opinions.
As long as it's low moisture.
Hi,
you'll be fine.
baby.
Yeah.
Hi, little puppy precious. Have you come down here to hang out with me? That's all right. You can do that. I'm gonna have a black cherry white claw.
Mm,
I'm actually just grabbed a Marionberry cider while I was upstairs.
Wait, a what?
Marionberry? It's local to Portland, I guess.
Bitch
Oregon.
set me up, blackberry. Crack cocaine cola. Sorry, Marion Barry is the politician from D.C., Maryland area, I believe, that
Oh.
was the dude that got stung in a prostitute sting, and they had him on video smoking crack and with a prostitute. And as they're arresting him, he's like, "Bitch, set me up." That's yeah, it's literally his name was Marion Barry.
That explains why his face is on the can.
Oh, really?
Oh my god.
No, it's not. It's
Oh.
not.
Damn it.
Just-
You fell for that one. So did I.
Here we go. I just typed it in. I gotta show this. Yeah. It's...
Oh my god.
Yeah, here it is. On January 18, 1990, Barry was arrested with a former girlfriend. Blah, 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 crack cocaine use and possession. Moore was an FBI informant when she invited Barry to the hotel room and insisted that he smoke freebase cocaine before they had sex, while agents in another room watched on camera waiting for Barry to accept her offer. During the videotaped arrest, Barry says of Moore,
Bitch set me up. I shouldn't have come up here. Goddamn bitch.
No, you think?
Barry captured on the surveillance camera smoking crack cocaine. Somebody trimming their toenails.
No, I'm clipping one of my masks, so go to push to talk.
I wish that it had Marion Barry's face on this can and it just says "bitch set me up" in quotations under it.
Bitch set me up with the best beverage you'll ever drink in your
With a
life.
cool,
Order
refreshing
now.
cider.
Yeah, bitch set me up with a cool, refreshing cider.
Nothing's stopping you from making your own brand, Rex, and doing exactly that.
If we made that a hat, like the fucking Andre's Steakhouse kind of thing, but like Marion Barry cider,
Jesus.
that'd be so good.
He was the second and fourth mayor of District of Columbia. And that was in 1990. And he served until 1991. And then he ran again 4 years later in 1995 and
Did he win?
fucking won.
Oh,
He did.
damn.
He was the mayor of DC from 79 to 91.
Bitch hooked him up.
Yes. Bitch gave him a
Bitch got him
platform.
elected.
Yeah, so he lost that term for a 4-year term, and then he came back in 1995.
Redemption arc.
His middle name is Shepalov. Did he die, or is he still? No, he's. Oh no, he died in 2014. Okay. Bitch set me up. Never should have come here. Goddamn bitch. I think they mentioned him in The Wire. Clay Davis ain't involved in no drugs. Shit.
Unrelated to that, I'm looking forward to more Deadwood.
Yeah, you've
Yeah, how
seen
far did you
3
guys get?
episodes now, haven't you?
Yeah, I was awake for 3 episodes. I have to count them now.
Now, Peril, keep in mind, this was how they did stings in like 1989, 1990. But even before that, like cops could go in high on drugs and do a bust. There are no laws really well, there are laws, but like back then,
They could get into character if they needed to.
Yeah.
No one was gonna look, any other way.
I remember having to put cooking oil on a needle and sticking it in your arm a couple times. I think it was cooking oil, I can't remember. But like to give yourself fake track marks. Like there's manuals and stuff on that shit all the time. Yeah, they really wanted to take that dude out.
Oh, my food's here? BRB again.
All right, I'm gonna eat my food as quick as I can. And I'll be right back.
I have to start a casting. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Whew. Ooh, buddy. Good God. I'm in bad shape over here. Oh my God. You find no ass in Discord, chummy. Excuse me. Ah, ha! Yeah, I'm all right. I'll be okay.
He's lying, you know.
I was led to believe there would be pie and punch.
We don't have any.
Yeah, the food was good, but holy shit, it was kind of spicy. Regular butter chicken shouldn't be that spicy. That's all right. Good
I'll
God.
get that every once in a while, where you're expecting it to be just nice and savory,
I
and
thought
it turns
it
out to be
was
a little hot.
butter chicken, but it turned out to be vindaloo. I woke up with my sigmoid colon next to me crying on the bed, claiming that it needed some time and some space. Chocolate. No, I love spicy stuff. For the first half of the engagement, at least. For the second half, find a fallout shelter and learn some prayers. God almighty.
All right, I'm back.
Thank God.
Jesus Christ, Fred.
What?
I was sending you another album, and then the last picture in our chat is that dude in the septic tank.
Oh yeah. I'll get rid of that. Yeah, I just saw about a week ago. I'm not hiding a Discord server. Nothing is hidden. Up above me, you will see the link float by. It's a manual test. There are several tests of humanity before you can get into the Fox in Space Discord. Ass man wants the disco one. What are we doing? What are you doing? I just wanted to cuddle. Cuddle? What a The Asian escort so taken aback by Willem Dafoe's comment. I got hiccups. Drinking too much.
visiting the Cornerian Embassy in Venoma City.
All right, Bell. We're ready.
Okay, I'm closing the channel now. Good luck.
My cruise is charged.
Okay, guys. Charge your cruise.
Charging. Charging.
You're both reinstated at your former CAF ranks, visiting the Cornerian Embassy in Venoma City, hence the paperwork and uniforms. Whatever Koba's got for Pepper, you take it, ride the train until it loops around again, get back to your R-Wings, and fly home.
My cruise is charged. All right, Bell. We're ready.
Okay, I'm closing the channel now. Good luck. You guys are going to be cruising at about 0.5. That's 4 hours non-stop to Venom this time of year, so I hope you don't mind being cramped up in there for that long.
I'll be all right. We'll be fine, Bell.
Okay, stand by. This encrypted channel does not exist. We are not using it.
Wait, what?
You both understand?
Yes, I understand.
Great.
What?
That's you
I'm
saying
gonna play
that?
a message that wasn't left with someone's secretary this morning.
You're fucking weird.
I wonder what Yoshi's eggs smell like.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Just being weird.
Fred had the hiccups, and I posted in chat. I wonder what James sounds like when he has the hiccups.
Oh.
Anime kitty
I see
face.
it now.
I don't know who you are.
No.
I don't have a lot of money.
Okay, guys.
I will find you.
Charge your cruise.
I will find you.
Charging.
I will find you.
You're both reinstated
And I will
at
kill
your former CAF rank, visiting the Cornerian Embassy in Venoma City, hence the paperwork
Bastard.
and uniforms. Whatever Koba's got for Pepper, you take it, ride the train until it loops around again, get back to your
Liam
R-Wings,
Neeson
and fly
was
home.
on one of those
My
talk
cruise is
shows. And someone in the audience was like, "Can you threaten me?" And they put the spotlight on him, and the person's name was Matthew. He's like, "I will find you, Matthew, and I will send you straight to hell." I was like, "Ooh, send me to hell, Mr. Neeson." Oh. And I'll be there waiting for you. Oh, he's committed.
It's a day.
Who is this person?
Liam Neeson, the actor.
Okay, let me Google him.
Can you threaten me, Daddy?
Here, hold on a minute. Let me,
He's a father figure with an accent.
Okay.
You'll recognize the act. He was, you know, the movie Taken.
No.
It's the meme, like, "I'm a man with a particular set of skills. I will find you and I will kill you." Is Qui-Gon Jinn, Star Wars?
Oh, it's Qui-Gon Jinn. I didn't recognize him. Oh my
the
god.
Irish guy. Hold on a second. Let me.
Can you threaten me, Daddy?
Threaten me?
Dude, I liked
What's your name?
Here,
Qui-Gon Jinn so much in the first episode.
Turn the lights
Star
on,
Wars.
guys, or off or
Yeah,
something?
definitely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, spotlight. I like that. Okay. I want you to listen very carefully, Matthew. Before this
Okay.
night's over, I will kill you. But before I kill you, I will make you suffer pain so unimaginable, you will wiggle and beg and pray for the gift of death.
Okay.
Eventually, I will give you that gift. But when you wake up in hell, you won't find peace. You know why, Matthew?
Why?
Because I'll be there waiting for you again. Matthew.
I need to go.
Yeah, that seems like a really
It's
bad
not himself.
Could you threaten me?
I get it again. He is who I modeled James McLeod after. Just like, okay, Fred, try to do your best Liam Neeson, and that's James McLeod. Toning down the Irish a little bit. And just more, yeah. I will find ye, and I will kill ye.
What the fuck?
Could almost picture James just like off cloud or off camera being very Irish.
Oh, let me see. Yeah, if I had celebrity casting for a Star Fox movie, of course his dad would be voiced by Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson is like, he has the dad energy.
Yeah, like I said, he's dad with an accent. Or a dad with an accent.
He's Dado. Dado. Oh, father, where are we, father? I want to go home. I want to see the homelands, father. Father, I can't see. I can't remember which episode of Matt and Shane that was. I don't know. We got any dogs in the chat? Any Matt and Shane fans? No? Okay. Code word drenched. Oh, jeez. What is this? Quake 3 professional mode. What do you have your FOV slider at? I don't know, 90, I guess. No, we good. We good. I cannot make the thickness of the lines any smaller than that. It'll have to do. Well, I didn't even mean to do that, but... Okay. So he's blue here, but not so blue here. That is what I said. That is what I had said, but not in that context. You have to listen to them context clues so you can be enlightened. Why is this not gonna work? Okay, there we go. All right. And then add a light. I gotta add a temporary light. Without an inverse,
Oh, it's got the adverse, the preverse, and perverse. He's a perversion of nature. What was that from? He's a perversion of Edward Scissorhands. That's what it was. He's a perversion of nature. We have 68 viewers, folks. Come on. Hey, can we get a couple more viewers in here? A couple more likes and subscribes and rings of that bell? That looks kind of cool. See, you set the custom distance. Let me show you a secret. If you set the distance to 0, it won't light anything up but grease pencil. Grease pencil does not reference the custom distance. I can't blur it any more than that, can I? No, grease pencil is 100% like integrated into Vanilla Blender. It's on a different rendering thing. It renders everything else first and then renders the grease pencil on top of it. What the fuck? Come on now. Come on now.
I gotta mix some paint. I'll be right back.
Good night.
You going to bed?
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. already.
Well, spokojnej noci. I'll see you tomorrow.
Spicy nachos.
Au revoir.
Well, I didn't understand a single word either of you said. Русские в чате где? Кто здесь? Поговорите со мной, если вы не против. Do you know any of those words yet, Bubba? Manoi, Taboy, Vami, Nami.
That's assuming he's even there.
Oh, Bubba's not even here, huh? Well, do you know those words?
Boy?
Manoi, Taboy, Vami, Nami, Nimi. С тобой, со мной, с вами.
Said like yours and us and like
with. Just s, you know, like f is inside of, s is with. Like chai s молоком. Tea with milk. The om, the om, em, am, or whatever, that is instrumental case. It's one of the last ones you'll learn. But the instrumental case of pronouns, I am with you. Ya s taboy. Toboy. Yes taboy. Yes taboy. I am with you. That's the instrumental case for te. Te is taboy. Ya, like me, I, minya, and all that is Minoy. M-N-O-Y. Minoy. And because it starts with M-N, S becomes C-O. Just like if it starts with two consonants, V becomes V-O. The same thing with S. So it's Sa Minoy. Samnoy. Samnoy is with me. Staboy. Taboy is the case for te. For V, it's vami. It's like vam. You know, vam and nam.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same as those, but with an I added. Vami, nami, nimi instead of neem, sneemi. That song. Не виделись мы с вами, друзья, давным-давно. Yeah, не виделись. We haven't seen мы с вами. Мы с вами. It's мы с вами. We with you, like y'all and I. Huh?
You okay, Greg?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had muted myself.
I just heard you yell, "Stop it!"
Oh, it's the dog's being a fusspot.
Is he? Lex is just being a little lie around.
Yeah, no, my mom's dog's just he thinks he's hearing people, so he's just every time he does, work. It's like, ugh. But I mean, they're waiting for them to come home, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this isn't gonna work. I thought I tried the Steam remote play. No.
Wait, remote play?
Yeah. was going to remote play the installation of the game on my home computer.
I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I'm just going to install it. It was definitely not a good idea. My mom's Papillon pretty much did the usual. Like every time I visit with poor little sweetheart, she poops herself.
Her butterfly pooped?
No, her Papillon Spaniel, her Cece.
Oh,
Your
she's
mom and dad's
there
little
too?
Papillon Spaniel? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I thought that
But
meant
every time
butterfly.
No, well, it does. Papillon.
Oh.
But I went out to grab something to eat and came back, and she clearly had to go and couldn't wait. Yeah. And the first time they dropped her off at my place when I took her one weekend, and she, the second they left, she pooped right in my entryway. And then one other time I went to take care of her, and I had her in my car, and next thing I know, she's like up like on the back. She's in the back seat, and next thing she's up like holding onto my shoulder, looking at me. I'm like, "You pooped in my car, didn't you?" Like,
Oh, no.
sure enough.
Oh, no,
But
no!
But I had the tarp down, right? Because I had the tarp in the back for the dogs. I
thank
had it down even then, so it wasn't a big deal. But just people
The
looking at me with this,
safety net.
yeah, she's looking at me with this panicked expression, and I knew the second I saw her face. It's like,
no, please, no, God, no.
yeah.
Translate.
It's like, you little
My cruise
shit.
is charged.
More ways than one.
My cruise is charged. All right, Belle. We're ready.
I think, controversial thought, but I think poo is disgusting. But for some reason, with a dog, I tolerate it.
Oh yeah.
No, it's like
so
people
strange.
with little kids. Like, if you love your kids that much, like, the poo isn't that disgusting. It's like, oh, it pooped. Let me clean that up. But
Yeah.
for some people, like, after a while, it's not fun. I can understand. I've changed diapers. I've changed diapers for, babysitting, and I've changed diapers for, like, old person sitting. Neither is fun to me. Like, neither of them for me was like, oh, well, poor little. It was just like, oh, blah. All right, let's get here, take care of it. But I thought maybe it'd be that way when we got Lex. I'm like, oh, your little puppy went poopy. No. We had him in his kennel, and he just like rolled everywhere, got it on everything, had to hose it off, had to take him like the first 4 nights that we had him. We like every night we had to carry him upside down up to the bathroom and hose him off in the bathtub. It was so bad. Having an episode. it was rough stuff, but we persevered and got through.
Yeah, with a dog, I would tough that out, but with a baby, I would just throw it away. It's ruined.
It's funny. Bigby I never had as many issues with Bigby. I think he might have pooped in his kennel once, and that's when I swapped his food at one time. But yeah, Lex is just, first few days he was just setting a record. He was a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, you don't care about cleaning up your own puppy's poop, but when it's like a stranger's dog, it's toxic waste.
Yeah.
There's a thing like that, like when you're in the bathroom, if it smells bad, you're just like, oh, whatever, that's me, I'm dealing with it. But you go in there after any other human being, and it's like, no.
Someone else's flora.
Oh, God. I was crying. I'm crying now. I'm in bad shape. I need this blood orange crafty rattler. This can has a zipper on it that I can pull off. What does that mean? There's a zipper on this can, and the sides of it are perforated. Is this like something where like the roll up to win that they got rid of when Kofefe became a thing? Yeah, the Rattler cans, they have a zipper on them. I'm zipping it up.
Zipper?
Yeah, it's a zipper. I mean, it's on the wrapper, or the thing that's wrapped around and it just came off. Now I'm drinking an anonymous metal can of substance. That's cool. Mystery drink. Who knows what's inside? Ah! Bliss. Everything is so much more fun 2 hours into a trip. Where is your trip going? Where are you going? Yeah, once I get the gas in the car and coffee and whatnot, I'm in my game mode. I mean, is it like a road trip? Oh, it's a silly Simon trip. You're being a little silly Simon. Silly Simon Cubensis или что-то другое. Silly Simon T. Right on. I have some penis envy.
Yay.
I have a bag of penis envy. I've held on to it for months. I'm not in any huge hurry. And I'm allowed to talk about that because it's completely legal in Canada. Yeah. I've had it, but I'm just like, nah, I gotta get this cartoon done. Maybe when
I'm noticing
Huh?
the older I get, the smaller doses that I want.
I don't know. There'll be one day where I'm gonna go for broke, because why not? But for right now, no, I'm good. No, when I finish episode 2, I'll probably drop a dose when I finish episode 2, and it really, weed and mushrooms will help you with writing. They will not help you with performance. You're like, oh, I'm gonna smoke some weed and it's gonna give me energy to get this project done. Nah. Maybe if you're one of those like rare hippie children or whatever, sure, but like 99% of people, weed does not fucking empower you. The different generations have different programs, because you've got like the Focusrite Control, Focusrite Mix Master, whatever it's called, Mix Master. Yeah, Focusrite Mix Master, Focusrite Control. The programs that control the hardware on your computer are different based on which version you get. I think I have 3rd gen. What generation is your Focusrite, Rex? Do you remember?
I think it's 3rd? Let me look. Yeah, 3rd gen.
I mean, they're all great. I've had the 1st generation ones. But I would definitely recommend having a 2nd or 3rd.
I'm a fan of Mixmaster Morris. Wait. Yeah, Mixmaster Morris. The Irresistible Force, Nepalese Bliss remix, dude. Amon Tobin, buddy. Check him out, check him out. The only bad trips I've ever had on hallucinogenics, there was never any like running through the house, chucking my clothes off, screaming that demons were coming after me. Never had anything like that. That's not a problem for me. Bad trips for me were like being around people that I didn't want to be around, like loud, annoying, like, hey Fred, you see us? It's like no. It's not like, oh, I'm freaking out, I'm falling into infinity and death and dying forever. Like, no. Like, I get thoughts like that. Thoughts like that, like, you know, thrill you a little, but I like to just sit and chill. I've had one where it's like, oh, I wish I didn't take this. Now I've got to sit here and feel weird for 7 hours, and I'm not around people I want to be around. Blah, you know. I've done hallucinogenic trips over 100 times. Well over 100 times. Well, probably right around over 100, if we're counting every single one I've ever done from the age of 19 forward. I think I was 19 the first time I did it. It was the summer of 2003. Yeah, so I was almost 20. No, like when I was like 19, that summer that we found a cow pasture where we could pick them. Yeah, like it was every other night. If it rained, we just go out there and get Walmart bags full of them. I love that. I don't like the other stuff so much. Mushrooms, hell yeah. My favorite 2 substances for fun in the entire world are pot and mushrooms. You don't need anything else. You don't need that cocaine or heroin or any of that crazy shit. Like, smoke weed, do mushrooms once a year. You won't regret it. I don't know. Some people can't. Some people can't do it, but I couldn't imagine like tripping every other week. Jesus.
No way.
Oh, I did, like when I first found it back when I was 19. Hell yeah, that whole summer we did it like 10 or 20 times. But after that, like I just didn't need it anymore. That was the neat thing. I was like, am I gonna want to keep doing this all the time? I was like, no. After a while, you're just like, I don't need that. But once a year, yeah, once a year, once every other year, or something like that, I would definitely recommend it. All right, is this gonna look right?
Before I did anything like that, my roommate in San Francisco, he had some silly Simons and a few other things, and he let me try it, but he was like, before we do anything, I want you to study it and know exactly what it is and what you're getting yourself into, because you shouldn't just take a drug and not know what the fuck you're taking.
Yeah.
And what to expect. So
and then we went out there with the
Just went out in the cow pasture with a jug of water and washed them off. Eat them and then like get back to the house. Because you eat them and it's like you got 30 minutes or so before you start getting the weird stuff. I'm just so thrilled that it's legal in Canada as long as you're using it to treat mental anguish or whatever. You can just straight up get substrate right now. That's cool. Remember back in the day, you could not have anything that contained psilocybin. It had to be non-psilocybin containing stuff. So it was like spore prints or spore syringes or whatever. I grew them once. I grew them just like one time. And they turned out great. And we tried to grow them a second time, and the jars got perforated. My cakes were compromised.
A weird sentence to come back to.
Do you want to compromise my cake? All right, I think that's as close to this one as I'm gonna get. Yeah. That's looking pretty good. Talking to Mr. Mario, the Mushroom Man.
Yeah. Silly Simons.
Silly Simon. And sidewalk chalk. Draws a picture, comes to life. All right. And finding, sorry, I gotta reanimate this. Your neighborhood literally has a drug merchant. It's like every couple months he just shows up and he's like, "What are you buying?" It's like Handy Andy from Taxi Driver. Got uppers, downers, amyl nitrates, mescaline, amphetamines. Fucking. I got some Lebanese blonde hash. I'll buy it at a high price. Bet your ass you will. I had to run through the jungle for this shit. I have hiccups again. Yeah, for people I didn't trust, we had a thing where I would, talk to them a couple days, and then after a while it's like, all right, I'm gonna give you half of this and you tell me where it is and you'll see me again. You know where I live, you know where I work. I'm gonna give you half of the money, you go leave it in a hole somewhere. You got to talk to Slava about how like people get weed in Russia so they don't go to prison. It's kind of like that. You give half the money, then you go get the thing, take it where you need to take it, and then homeboy comes by and you give him the other half, and it's like, all right, we have a trust mechanic now. Yeah, I would never ever do any drug-related transactions with high school kids, because that's double fines, double charges. You do anything
Double
involving,
creepy.
yeah. My buddy wanted to buy some weed from some high school kids once, and it was so sketch. I was like, dude, let's just roll through the ghetto. I'm not doing that. We did. We rolled through the ghetto, and they're just like out at the street. I was just like, let me get a nickel bag.
Visiting the Cornerian Embassy in Venoma City, hence the... Whatever.
I need a convincing laugh. You mean like a hyena laugh that's not like the laugh I already have? Or что-то другое?
Sorry, I was muted. What's up?
Southpaw Santa. Matching me as a hyena, but I need a convincing laugh. Like a hyena laugh. Actual hyenas, they laugh kind of like a or whatever. I think that'd be going too hard. I like mine. I think I'm already close enough, because people are like, God, you laugh like a fucking hyena. I'm like, oh, thank you. They're like, no, it's fucking annoying. Do something about it. It's doing it.
I can't stop hiccuping. This sucks.
Whatever.
See, the trick about holding your breath, you have to inhale enough to make your lungs stretch painfully, and then hold your breath. If you don't take in a breath and just hold your breath, it won't do anything. You got to stretch your lungs out a little and hold it. Yeah, bearing down, like, yeah, you got to, like, inhale as much as you can and then some and go, and keep sucking air in until your lungs feel overinflated, and then bear down and, like, you feel your lungs pushing out. It hurts a little bit, but if you can hold that for like 20 seconds, your hiccups are gone. They go. It works for me like 95% of the time. Everyone has their own little variation. Yeah, unless you're a lizard, I guess. I think balls are just like when God was finished making man and he had that little bit of lump of clay left over. He's just like, we'll just, yeah, that's where the baby maker fluid is gonna go. Lest it's cold.
Let me go check on that puppy.
I'll be right back. My allergies are acting up a little bit. I'm going to the drugstore. Oh, those Dadu bars. Anyway, be right back.
That puppy's doing all right. Excuse me. We should do a public call again at some point. A brief one. It does eventually get a little too high activity, but it is fun to do every now and then. Until the one guy shows up. Everybody's like, oh, this is so fun. We're talking about Star Fox, playing video games and all this stuff. And then the guy's like, all right, who in here's got really stinky feet? Any takers? Hello? And then it's like, is anyone here like taking pictures of their, and you're just like, all right, y'all have a good night. We're going to raid somebody. It's like, you guys mind? Do you think your parents mind if I took a photograph of your feet? I mean, they look so pretty. They're so happy feet, little happy feet. I don't want to have a repeat of that. Or the one guy that just came in and just started blasting ends until he got kicked. Yeah, some of the risks you take when you do a public voice call, and it's whatever. That's why there's such a fucking trial by fire when you join the Fox in Space server. You must prove your humanity. We get trolls sometimes, like once a year, twice a year, something like that, but this just isn't really a very big community. I am just making an observation. I like it being a smaller community. Could you all imagine me getting on like YouTube Shorts or TikTok and just being like, wow, guys, look at me open this. Wow, I'm opening. Wow, you want it? Like reaching out with a little box in my hands. Opening tiny boxes with little glowing gifts. Wow, guys, look what's inside. That AI TikTok girl voice. He's opening it to show what's inside. Is it?
Kids, stop trying to interrupt. I want to know about them stinky feet.
How awkward can you make it so quick? Good God Almighty. But yeah, it is. There's always the one guy that shows up to the YouTube stream, and everyone's like, "Oh, here we go, guys." Hey, mind if I get a picture really quick? Bubba, Rex, anybody, y'all still here?
I'm still here.
Thank God, I could have killed somebody. I can't wait for our next adventure.
I'm really super stoked. You guys figure out what day you're going to arrive?
I actually don't know. It's that's more of a Paul and Greg thing, because they're the ones that have the schedules that are time sensitive.
Yeah. If it helps, like, if you want a couple days out here to do stuff, that's awesome.
I do. I've never been to that part of the country. It's just as alien to me as, like, France.
Yeah. And Jai knows the area really, really well, and she knows a lot of the good spots to go and check out. So we'll have a good tour guide.
Hell yeah.
We'll definitely, like, if you want to do a few things, then we'll definitely need a couple of days, because, like, Houston's huge, and
I'm not too worried about
technically in Houston, but it still took me an hour to get to that Russian grocery store from where we are.
Do y'all got fireworks?
I don't personally.
No, I mean in Texas.
Right.
I mean, it's getting near New Year's. New Year's Eve holiday season in Texas. There's gotta be fireworks there. I think
it's typically during a week or so leading up to a major holiday, which 4th of July and New Year's count. But they also sell them for the Texas Independence Day, March 2nd. Some other holiday on the 21st of April, and Cinco de Mayo on, well, that's obvious, but whatever.
Holy fuck. Proportional size. Damn, I wish you could set the noise, like the noise scale. Man. Oh, but it doesn't work. See that the gap's broken there. So mine is still supreme. This randomization thing that I make, it's a real randomization. It doesn't like let lines pull away from each other like this does. I want to play that Good Boy Galaxy game all the way through. How do you like your Wagyu? Do you have if you have a meat thermometer, medium rare is 135. 125, 135, and 145. That's 125, 135, and 145. That's rare, medium, and medium. If you want anything above medium for your steak, go fuck yourself. I'm a steak gatekeeper. No, 125 is rare, 135 is medium rare, and 145 is medium. 125, 135, 145. Like those are, I don't know, it's... Oh, I don't care if people eat bloody food. I'll go, ooh, your steak is bloody. What's wrong with you? Who does that? If somebody wants their steak rare, go for it. It's not the rare steak I'm put off by. It's the intestinal problems the person has in 5 hours if they get it a little too rare. I just always get everything I've ever gotten. I've gotten medium rare, always, and it's fine. I've had a rare steak. It's not that much of a difference, in my opinion. You'll have like the content creator, foodie people. They're like, oh, you just don't understand. All right, dude. Я буду. Всем здравствуйте. Как дела? Как вы себя чувствуете ночью? Эту ночь. Меня зовут Капитан Очень Много. Да. Я аниматор на Ютубе. И я создаю мультфильм на Ютубе. Он называется Fox in Space, или по-русски «Лис в космосе». И почти каждый день, когда я не занят, я транслирую на Твиче, когда я рисую и создаю мой мультфильм. Я учусь говорить по-русски уже 3 года, более-менее. И хотя я очень быстро говорю, я очень медленно слушаю, потому что у меня нет опыта слушать. Поэтому я приглашаю всех, кто говорит по-русски, помочь мне на стриме, если вы не против. Ой, блин, так много слов. Слишком много слов. Как вы себя чувствуете? I will try to do my best. Thank you, Kirby. I will do everything possible. I'll do my best. Andros isn't gonna have his way with me.
Yay.
He does that every time. You would say, я сделаю все возможное. Я сделаю все возможное. Я сделаю все возможное.
Я сделаю все возможное.
I was right. I googled it just to make sure. Я сделаю все возможное. That's pretty much I will do everything at every opportunity or possible. Возможное means possible. Huh?
Like I will do what I can?
Yeah. Возможность is opportunity. Возможное is possible. Это возможное. Да. Yeah, they're very, very close. A couple letters off it. Possibility and opportunity. They're possible. Возможный. Возможный. Мы говорим по-русски. Да. Слушаю тебя. Что не в порядке? Nice ping.
In your pants.
I've wanted to learn Russian since I was a kid. I tried to get a Russian language class in high school, and they stopped it the year I was in 9th grade. Right when I got to 9th grade, they're like, you have to take a foreign language. And they're like, the choices are Spanish, French, German, and Russian. And I was like, Russian, put me down for Russian. And they're like, all right, you're going to start in Russian next year. And the next year when I started high school, they're like, oh yeah, the teacher got moved or something. We don't have Russian anymore. It was only one teacher that we had. See, I've been learning a little over 3 years. I started right at the end of 2019. And it's been passive learning. I haven't been full time. If I was doing this full time, I would already be perfectly fluent. Like if I spent 3 years of my life learning it full time, I'd be a scholar at this point. But no, it's just been like a little hobby thing, pretty much. Thanks. I can read it. If I know the words where the stresses are and everything, I can read it just as fast as English. I can speak it out loud, what I'm reading. But when it comes to hearing and my vocabulary, I don't have that big of a vocabulary. I only know like 1,000 or 2,000 words. And that's counting different cases. Not counting cases, I probably know like 800 words. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'd have to check. Sperry, thank you very much for good evening. But yeah, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. So this is music from the Sega CD game Snatcher. It's what Kojima was doing before Metal Gear. Oh yeah. Tom's a great dude. I want to play a cartoon that I helped on that he did. I mean, I did like a few lines on this one. Mickey's Descent into Madness. That's not the one I'm about to show, but Mickey's Descent into Madness is the hardest I've worked on a voice acting project.
I only used 40% of my power.
No, that was... I don't usually like to voice act stuff that intense, but it was fun. Yeah, probably the most emotionally intense voice acting in A Fox in Space for me. Probably, like, James is the most, like, emotionally blank character in the show, but his lines are so fucking intense. Yeah, I'll put this on. So I want to show this. I'm going to finish up my dinner from earlier, and I want to play this while I do that. God, such good music. All right, this is post-nuclear driving test.
Hello. Hi. My name's Tetanus Bob. I'm gonna be your driving instructor today. So, whenever you're ready, fasten your seatbelt and the test will begin. Gonna start the engine. Check your mirrors, of course. Pull up the anchor. And go. Go ahead. You're good. Follow the road.
Listening to DMV Radio, the one-stop shop for all news, media, weather, and entertainment. News today, Flesh Riders have attacked and killed another driving instructor.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, slow down. Slow down. Oh, fuck. Hey, Mark! That's driving instructor Mark. He's on sick leave. Okay, let's go. Let's just go. Drive. So, you got a girlfriend?
No.
Have you got a boyfriend? What, are you afraid to tell me? You know, you young people are all the same. You think that society after the nuclear war is backwards and savage. Oh, it's really not. Take it from me. The other day, for instance, I was out in my garden. It's all dirt. There's nothing. But I looked down and I saw a flower. I hadn't planted it, but it was right there. It was in the middle of my lawn. In spite of all this hostility in this world all around it, a beautiful little flower with a strong stem and delicate petals. Honeybees buzzing around it, morning dew droplets on the leaves. Isn't that something? People are so cynical about the world nowadays. You've just gotta look for the beauty in it. Okay, now I'm gonna need a parallel park between the that slave auction and that writhing mass of mutant children fused together. Jesus, that's a lot of kids all fucked up like that. There's been an elementary school around here. Holy shit. Okay, back up. Back up, back up. You need to be parallel to the slave auction. You're almost. Just try it again. Just try it again. You almost got it. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Wow. That was perfect. Have you driven much before?
No, this is my first time.
He shall need no teaching.
What?
Nothing. Now we are going to test your perception. What do you see?
I see the desert. I see a man breastfeeding a dog. A ghoul teaching his son to ride a bike. And what's that? There's something over there. What is that? A man. Yeah, some sort of man. Approaching. Fast.
What? What kind of a man?
He's muscular. He's shirtless.
What is he riding?
Oh, God.
Drive! 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 We gotta get close! Keep her straight!
Tetanus Bob, no!
Oh, fuck, 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 fuck! Oh! Jesus! Oh! Boy, hurry up. I have something to tell you. I was sent to the world of tomorrow. Roads crisscross like synapses in a brain, running and firing along the streets of the new creation, an interconnected organism of live culture. And the towering temple of the Licensing Operations Division stands above all. Once inside, they led me through a maze of incomprehensible complexity. There, I met the beings. They offered me a glass of water. How could they know that I drank water? They showed me all of time in a single moment. A unified, beautiful whole. And to the creatures of tomorrow, I asked, does the Department of Motor Vehicles exist in this new world? They replied, the DMV is the new world, and you must guide the prophet to Eden.
But I didn't finish my test.
Oh, boy, there is no test. It's all in here.
What happens if the DMV disappears, though?
The end becomes the beginning. Break the disc, my child.
What?
And now, I must rest.
It's all lies! You don't owe them anything. You want freedom? Take it!
You want me to be like you? To murder and pillage?
You don't have to be like anyone. Just take my ride and get out while you can. Never look back!
I can't drive that thing. What are you talking about? What are you, crazy?
Don't you want to live in a world where you don't need to be told you can drive? The open road, the cool breeze, a steed to take you where you need to go.
He's a man.
You don't need a license to drive a man. Don't let the bureaucrats tell you different. Live in a world where everyone's free. Everyone's equal.
How is he equal?
They're bred to be driven, man. He loves it. You just need to get on his shoulders, grab the reins, and ride.
What about the DMV?
The DMV is a fairy tale told to children. Ride, ride, ride. Be free.
Why? Why?
The wheel of time will turn remorselessly into an endless future, twisting into an infinite past. As long as we exist within the wheel, we are cursed to relive and repeat, forever turning. But in the end, what doesn't turn is a man's leg.
teaching his son to ride a bike.
Production.
It's such a good job on that. Jesus Christ. It's all lies. Yeah, I'm about to have to go back too. It's good to see my family.
Not one of mine.
I forgot I'm on push to talk. I'm indifferent, but I'm also probably going to be making dinner here soon. 'Cause it's
Damn,
almost 6
really?
o'clock. Yeah, it's like 5:30.
Blah.
I'm trying to eat before like 8 or 9.
Can't say I have a preference.
Excellent!
Plans for a break? Oh, Emperor, thank you very much. 10 gifted subs. Sunny Hyena. Honey bunches of cuteness. Where am I at here? Ibaconic.
Excellent!
Sun Rock. Space Podyssey. Radio Gym. Daniel Get. The Masked Vixen. Panzosaurus. Shadow Gamer 25. Yeah, if anybody in here gets gifted subs, if anyone buys anyone a bunch of gifted subs, it's kind of a rule. I have to say the names of the people who got gifted the subs in my best Arnold Schwarzenegger accent. Schwarzenegger, Arnold, pumping iron. I live for the pump, pumping iron every day. It's like having sex with a beautiful girl and you in the gym, you at home while you're doing your taxes, you in the library. It's like having sex with a beautiful woman and I live for the pump, I die for the pump.
Excellent!
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go say hello. It's the this beep. Oh, it actually shows everyone who's in there. It's probably gonna cover my face.
Yay.
Holy f. I think we're here.
Yep.
Booba and Reeks. Booba.
baby.
Howdy.
Flarp. Florp. Flarp, florp. Or no, squand. I think there was flarp. Squand was like the weird sand stuff. There was Nickelodeon Gak. And did they have flarp? Was there a Nickelodeon flarp? No.
Well, I thought Flarp was like the name of like their putty.
Hmm. It's so great, people selling Nickelodeon Gak on eBay. It's like Nickelodeon Gak 1992, new, unopened. And like in the unopened package, it's just this little rock.
There's it doesn't say Nick on it, but that's a container of Flarp putty. So it's at least a thing.
Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Well, you're the submarine captain. You get to
Yeah,
choose if we go to the surface.
Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. We haven't done a public call in a while. We're on the regular live stream chat on the Fox and Space Discord.
Am I moving again?
Yes.
It's all lies! There's a limit of how many people?
It says 9 people.
10 people. And if you just want to listen, don't pop in. If you just want to listen in the chat or listen on the stream. Otherwise, come in and say hello. Oh, do I have myself muted on OBS again?
Hello.
How's it going?
Going good. How about you?
Surviving.
Yeah, same.
Greg has to dog sit tonight. How is that going, Greg? If you're there, I think you're muted. It is push to talk.
Yeah, I just had to step away for a
I think
second.
it is. Actually, I don't know.
It's push to talk for anyone else. I think we're fine.
But
yeah, no, it's I had to run out because my allergies were kicking in, so I just got back. And they're fine. They'll settle down. But the second I get up and go somewhere and come back, then it's just like,
damn.
It's like, oh, it's a fight for my attention is what it is. And they're both jealous. So that's where it gets a bit tricky, but they're being pretty chill. Mostly.
Wow.
Hello.
Hey, Mita.
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Doing pretty well. How y'all doing?
Hanging in there. I don't know if this is gonna work. Up. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to do the web page source thing. And uh-oh. I think I messed up. I think, yeah, uh-oh. The edge scoots everything else in your scene over. And I think that's got it. Anyhow. Christ.
Is Streamlabs basically just OBS?
Streamlabs is a website that sends a signal to your OBS that runs a web page thing. Like a web source that makes the stuff pop up. And they take a little cut of your money. So I'm trying to get it to where the voice things pop up. And there it goes. I think that'll work. And now it should turn on all users. That's gonna be a lot. There they go.
Magic.
Hey, folks.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, wait, how we doing?
Fairly.
Yeah.
Dealing with OBS woes.
Oh, no.
I think I'm in control.
That's what we all like to think. So what's everyone working on?
What? Oh, there's a scroll bar now?
Oh, no.
Oh, weird. I've never seen that before.
I never know how to work this fucking thing. There.
There we go.
Oh, what is this?
Huh?
Oh, I'm trying not to be a stereotype of myself and instantly ask you about your music like I do every time I come in here, but I'm really interested.
Oh, it's just Gentle Giant. It's a prog rock band. This is a loop I made for the Halloween stream. It just stuck.
Look them up right now.
I like a lot of prog rock. I never really listened to Gentle Giant all that much, though.
They're great. They're very unsung. They never really had a song that was big on the radio or anything. I can't think of a single song that anyone would just know without just being into them. My friend had one of their CDs when he came to visit. When I was like 16, we drove around listening to Air and Gentle Giant. I was like, I've never heard of them. He's like, yeah, you should look up everything they've ever made. They made a bunch of albums in the 70s and then like 1980 or so, and then they just disbanded and disappeared. I think one of them went on to do like Sega Genesis music or something, and the rest of them were just like local set musicians for a long time.
Prog rock to Sega Genesis pipeline is.
I can only wish for such a valiant turn of events in my life.
I honestly love hearing the music of its time just jammed into those little boxes. That's my favorite part about that stuff. Because it wasn't really writing video game music for some of those dudes. It was just writing music, but with limited instruments.
Yeah,
exactly.
Converting songs they already had in their head into little computer chip things.
I think that's why it's so uniquely nostalgic compared to a lot of stuff that's derivative of it, it goes back to it.
If you look up a lot of bands, like Japanese synth rock bands from the 80s, it just sounds like video game music. Like,
exactly.
Like really, really good Japanese-made video game music from like the 80s and 90s. If you look up a lot of different bands, like Yellow Music Orchestra or Logic System, or just a lot of them are just the names of the people. They're not like Tetsurugu Hirayama or somebody, and it's like you listen to it and you're like, this should have been in Dragon Warrior if it was on a CD system instead of an NES.
Yeah, so many of the video game music people were either into prog rock, classical, or metal. Those were just the three. Everything.
Thunder Force, especially 4.
Yeah, there's
that was
like
just a thrash soundtrack.
Yeah,
it was great.
Yeah, it was the other Japanese group, Cassiopeia. They just sound like Sonic the Hedgehog most of the time.
Good ones with the skydiving disc cover, right?
The album Mint Jams. I get Mint Jams suggested to me all the time.
I listen to it like once a month.
It's a good one.
It's so good.
Mint Jam, that's one I haven't heard in a while.
There's one there's one guy I really like, Jun Fukamachi. He's got a couple really cool albums, and I'll post one in Discord that's like super. If it weren't for YouTube, like I don't think anybody would have found it.
I have Quark. I actually have that on my computer.
Quark is good too.
Yeah, Jun Fukamachi, Quark, 1980, GT Music.
Good Lord, this dude is busy. This is a hell of a discography.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was like, a lot of these guys are like super, very much into the jazz world and played gigs all over the place. And conversely, you'll see a lot of American musicians on their albums. Like you see like Randy Brecker on like Cassiopeia and stuff. It's kind of interesting.
God, and all this stuff in the 70s when it was not easy to make all this.
That actually makes sense because Japan was kind of experiencing like an American invasion of sorts during the 70s with music.
Yeah.
One thing I find interesting, not related to music, but with Japan, is their animation that they did in the 80s. Like drawing all of those drawings, that must have took quite a bit of dedication.
Japanimation. It's new.
But that art style from that era is so timeless, though.
It is funny that it was called Japanimation. I remember going to like conventions.
Metal Gear Solid.
Japanime. It's like
that's like one of my Japanese animes. What's it? It's called Japanimation. Snake.
There's really pretty girls in it too. Snake, do you know what a waifu is?
No, neither do you.
When I saw that the famous Metal Gear Awesome back in the day, I hadn't played the first Metal Gear, so like I thought that was a joke, and not a line, like a legit line from the game.
I played the whole series over like a month when I got that Legacy Collection, and I thought I was having a fever dream through most of it.
Yeah, those
Metal
the
Gear
plots
2
in those games just, man.
definitely made me feel like I was in a fever dream. The second one did. The first one is perfect. Like 10 out of 10, magnificent, perfect game. Like the others were awesome too. Some of them got a little too Kojima, I guess, a little too weird. But man, that first one, like if Metal Gear Solid 1, not any of the remakes or re-enhancements or whatever, but just that original PS1 game, if that game received the award of best video game of all time, I'd like, on all merits, I'd accept it. Like, man, when that came out, this is when I was like 12 or 13. Holy shit, like that blew my mind of like, you know, there's never going to be another video game ever that's this cinematic. Of course there has been since, but like for 1997, 1998, like seeing the previews for that, and then like a year later it finally comes out, it was the first video game in the world that was like playing a movie, and the immersion, and there's so much shit you could do in that game.
Yeah, no, I played it for the first time probably 3 or 4 years ago, and it still holds up really well.
It is. I'm playing through it now, actually. My Emu.
Did anyone ever play the Metal Gear Solid for Game Boy Color?
I remember, like,
thing existed.
Yeah, that was the one where you could like hide in the grass and stuff at the beginning.
Yeah, I remember it being pretty good, actually.
I played a little bit of it in high school, and it was pretty neat. Yeah, I had Metal Gear on NES. That was my main experience. And I know it wasn't like the official one or whatever, but it was close enough. It was still the same story and all that. And for us unwashed Westerners with an NES, it was the only Metal Gear we could have had without spending hundreds of dollars in the 80s and 90s to get an MSX imported. We bought some used furniture out of a storage unit from some guys that got it from a Japanese family that moved back to Japan from Florida, and it had the keyboard of an MSX2 in it.
Whoa.
I had no idea what it was when I was a kid, but I just used it as like a pretend spaceship thing. And it wasn't the whole computer and no games or anything, but it looked cool, and I kept it until my mom threw it away. It was like 1991, 92, something like that. I didn't know what it was until years later. I was like, what is it, MSX2 disc thing? What do you put is this like an Atari? Yeah, I had no idea. And then years later, I was like, I could have held on to that and probably sold it for a couple $100. But damn. My first computer was a Commodore 64.
Mine was a VIC-20. My dad had picked one up and brought it home. He had rented it, I guess, or something, and then bought one himself. And he programmed a lot of games on it, because you'd get the video game magazines at the time would just have like pages of code. You would just take the basic and plug it in.
The last 10 pages of a magazine.
Yeah,
for
and you'd
computer
save
stuff.
it. Yeah, you'd save it to tape. Save it to tape. A little tape drive, and then you'd be able to play your game that you wrote.
Press play on tape.
Yep.
God, yeah.
That sounds really cool, actually.
It was. Didn't they, like, when you bought the computers themselves, they gave you, like, example code in the manual. They wanted you to do that as soon as you got it.
Yeah, because there was I remember he had a little book on BASIC. And I remember as a kid going through it, writing stuff and making like a little object fly across the screen and all that. It was.
You are in a dark room. There is an entrance to the north, N key, and to the south, S key.
You were eaten by a Gru.
Yeah, just you door to the south. You fall through a hole and die. Game over. Start again. It's like, wow, this game is so challenging.
I still run all my Doom games and Hexen and Heretic and all of that through like a command prompt, just because it reminds me of that.
Freaking Hexen was awesome. I remember that came out. We were like, oh my god, it's just like Doom, but like magic and shit.
Yeah,
now you can punch people with a gauntlet.
My dad had a Commodore. He ended up showing a bunch of the old games to me when I was younger. There's some gems in there, but kind of went unnoticed. No, well, nowadays I meant like not back then.
I remember playing one of the ones that I used to really enjoy was Trash Man. It was basically just Pac-Man, except you were a trash truck that would drive around and you had to stay away from the bugs. There was like these little flies. I think the power pellets for trash cans, yeah.
Yeah, there was like a lot of Pac-Man clones back then. Pac-Man Fever was a real thing. They had a Pac-Man board game, which looked terrible.
Oh yeah, I remember having that as a kid.
That was the one where it said City Dump in the middle.
I don't even remember how it played. Because there was a Qbert one too.
Are you looking at my screen?
I am now. What are you showing? I just see your art. There we go. Oh. That's
it's
even
not
more
even
interesting.
It's not even trying to hide
That's
it.
really cool. That's not the one I played though, I don't think.
Yours was on the VIC-20?
Yeah.
Yeah, here. This is...
Yeah, here we go, I got it.
These here on my screen.
Yeah, that first one.
Oh, the very... okay.
Yeah, with the green background. That was it.
Was this before Pac-Man?
No, this would have been a clone.
The year of Pac-Man, like
Oh.
1980, 1982.
Miss Pac-Man was originally just a Pac-Man hack that someone had done.
Well, they just put a bow on her.
Yeah, basically, and just
What was the Mouse Police one?
Mappy.
Mappy
yeah.
Land. Yeah, Mappy Land.
It was just Mappy.
Or wait, what am I thinking of?
Maybe
I know
there's a sequel game.
No, I know what he's thinking of. There was like a Pac-Man game.
Mappy Land was the NES version, that was like a side scroller. But I thought that
you're thinking about...
Yeah, Mappy Land as the Mouse Police from NES. And then the other one, the one that was before that was just Mappy was like a Donkey Kong kind of thing with the trampolines and stuff. Mappy Land was a little different. I mean, it still followed the same mechanic, but it was like a slightly different approach.
It was a Namco machine.
God, the Pac-Man ripoff that you were Pac-Man, but you were a burglar.
That's an amazing jump.
Yeah, but instead of ghosts, it's like other little like sphere-shaped fat police dudes. Raid and no, Lock and Chase. Lock and Chase.
That sounds so familiar.
Yeah, that's what. Yep. I think
Yeah,
that was
I
one
had
I was
that
trying
on
to think of.
Game Boy. Yeah, this one.
Even the cover, it still looks like Pac-Man, but he's just
Yeah.
wearing a Monopoly hat.
It had like you could leave laser bars behind you and stuff. It was a little more involved, but yeah, I mean obviously it was a Pac-Man ripoff.
Gosh, now I'm wondering what that MS-DOS Noid game was ripping off. Because there's no way that came out. Listen, I didn't know. I was like 5. I had no idea it was a promotional game.
It's fucking Lock and Chains cover. This needs to be a meme. Oh my god, hold on, the burglar face. Hold on, wait. Can I find in television box art that's bigger than like 200 pixels? Damn it.
Hamburglar in high definition.
What would Grimace look like in 4K? Would we be able to see a new texture?
Terrifying.
With his weird purple skin. Is it skin or fur?
I think Grimace is fuzz.
Grimace used to have like more than 2 arms in his like earlier designs, and it looked really creepy.
Oh my god.
I'm so upset that I only realized this year, as Blondie will attest, that Grimace was a nugget. I didn't know what he was supposed to be. I thought he was just a big purple friend.
He's a nugget.
He's supposed to be a nugget?
This is news to me.
Oh,
Somewhere
yeah.
that he was like the embodiment of a milkshake or like a taste bud.
What?
I'm gonna have to ask for
Yeah.
source on all of this.
Also, Fred,
Let me
is
look this
that-
up. Let me look
Is
this
that
up.
burglar face big enough?
I thought Grimace was supposed to be a taste bud.
No.
According
we
to
got
the
a
official
chicken nugget,
McDonald's
a
wiki.
milkshake, and a taste bud.
According to the
Yeah.
official McDonald's wiki, he is a purple being of indeterminate species.
Yeah, because I knew he stole milkshakes. That was his big gimmick. When he was a bad guy originally.
The way they word that makes it sound like a dossier from a sci-fi movie.
Man, I do miss those days at McDonald's with McDonaldland and the Fry Kids and all that.
Honestly, yeah.
Did
The
they just
VHS
completely get rid
tapes.
of Ronald?
Like McDonald's has like no life nowadays.
It doesn't have the personality it used to, that's for sure.
The dude that originally played him in like the, well, not the very first, but the guy in the 90s, from what I could see, he pretty much lived that role 24/7.
My town used to have this like themed McDonald's. It was like train theme, where like the through the middle of the McDonald's building was like just like an 1800s style train, and all of, like the booths were made to look like you were eating inside of the train.
That is so much cooler than the one I went to in Asheville, which was just like, here's a fancy one because the Biltmore's over there. It has a player piano in it.
Apparently Grimace used to have multiple arms too.
Oh god. I'm looking at that
Yeah,
picture of him with
imagine
4 arms. Oh no.
And then people grimaced and said, "No, 2's enough."
Oh, he used to be evil.
Yeah, he used to be a bad guy.
Wait, Grimace was a... Man, this Grimace lore is just...
Yeah, he used to steal milkshakes. He was the bad guy.
But then, of course, he was just misunderstood.
Why did they focus on this part? The evil Grimace Ronald nose is round and purple and has big toes. Thanks.
Oh no, Greg.
Oh god.
Yeah, we're diving deep into the Grimace well, drinking from that fountain.
I
The
feel like I just
McDonald's
drank
Sprite
4
fountain.
milkshakes looking at this.
Be my funny Valentine.
He looks so
Not funny, haha.
He looks so deformed. Why is he lumpy?
Wait, this is all Grimace?
Man, I remember the McDonald's cookies you could get.
Oh God.
I haven't done those in ages.
You can still get cookies at McDonald's.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I don't know
Are
if
they
it's
those cookies though?
Maybe
Could be
maybe
different.
you don't do it in Canada. Maybe it's just a U.S. thing.
No idea.
So this is the old Grimace. This is terrifying.
Yeah.
Look at his little murder eyes. I hate those.
Well, geez, half of them, their characters had murder eyes when they first came out.
It was the 70s.
Half of the people with big money to make this didn't really know what they were making.
There's a Marvel Legends Grimace.
No. Get out.
What?
Please stop.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they've kind of been with the 86 design for a while. The evil Grimace Ronald nose is round and purple and has... The evil Grimace Ronald nose is round and purple and has big toes. He carries shakes in every hand. I guess he has 4 of them. As he scurries through McDonald land. So Grimace had 4 arms and 1 big toe on each foot.
I really hate that.
Yeah.
Sounds like a nursery rhyme.
He had
Thank you,
4
Emperor.
arms.
Is that you being eaten by Grimace Emperor?
No, I wouldn't have survived.
The lore on this man. It runs deep.
This is like some War of the Worlds looking shit. Like, what? What do you even... What is that even supposed to be? It's a playground thing, I mean, I assume, but like, what do you do? Just get inside of it and scream?
Does it
No
spin?
idea.
You grab the
It
bars
looks like
and
it might
scream,
spin.
"Mommy, please help me. Oh God, it's got me."
One employee in a costume just decided he was going to make his last day very memorable.
The base looks like it spins. Maybe it was a one-man merry-go-round that was designed to make children puke. So they could have more McDonald's.
I hate the phrase "one man merry-go-round."
Stay away from him. He's a one. Once he gets started, you better get out of his way. This picture needs to be him.
It's so good.
Got old video game art for like Atari games where the graphics in the game are just play as the red square or the blue square and watch out for the sparkles and the wigglies. It's didn't they have some like painter dude like paint up like on an oil canvas this big grandiose art for like what you're supposed to feel is going on in the game.
But it's so good.
So I'd like to point out this is supposed to be an official X-ray of what's inside of Grimace. And,
Oh no.
His large intestine is a straw.
As it should be.
I gotta go lay down.
You got them
Looking at that.
macroplastics going on in there.
This
I'm
is
getting a hard time
seriously,
looking at
oh my lord.
Hamburger lung.
I can't come to work today. I got hamburger lung.
Yeah, it's like popcorn lung, but higher in cholesterol.
That's what you get when you work in the hamburger mines and you don't wear your PPE. This is the average anatomy of an American. Colorized.
Oh my lord.
Man, the early Fry guys were freaking freaky looking too.
I feel like they could have made a Jeff Goldblum tie-in movie with this art.
Wait, this is what the original... They had satellite dish eyes?
Yeah, I remember the cartoon, commercials with them as a kid.
Good God.
Their
Oh.
freaky ass looking
Whoa,
eyes.
whoa, whoa! Are those springs? So their eyes just
Yeah, their eye
flew around everywhere. Ugh.
Yeah. They're
What are their
little
legs
creepy.
supposed to be?
No idea.
What part of them is the French fry?
Maybe the legs are the fries.
I'd just like to point out I had to permit colon/rectum just a second ago. So, thank you. You're welcome.
What?
Said I don't like that his colon/rectum is a bendy straw.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Lord
There's
help
the
us.
Klasky Chupo animated McDonald's cartoon.
I remember
on
that.
VHS.
Oh God. That's just Stu Pickles, but happier.
Basically.
It's a 30-minute commercial of McDonald's.
They basically made the
love
hamburger
Klasky
look
Chupo.
like the guy from As Told by Ginger wearing a hat.
Stu, what are you doing? Looking up Grimace lore. Why are you looking up Grimace lore at 4 in the morning? Because I've lost control of my life.
Stu, what are you doing? Fixing the milkshake machine.
Dude, that's a lie. They never fix those things.
I've had one milkshake from McDonald's, and that was when I was like 7. So,
Shake machine down.
I worked at McDonald's, and I remember we just never fucked with it, and ours was broken down.
Is a shift at McDonald's kind of like a mission in Barotrauma?
How?
Well, think about the chaos.
I think
Chaos.
it'd be more like
It's
Space
pretty
Station
ordered.
13, because there's clowns. I mean, the
True.
mascot is a clown. Though there are
there's a
clowns
clown
in
in Barotrauma,
Barotrauma, but it's a reference to Space Station 13.
and in the kitchen, you are keeping yourself safe from the monsters outside, or so you think.
They made a whole.
Until you give some of their fries cold.
I miss old McDonald's fries. Fuck. The new ones just taste like vegetable oil to me.
Did they change them?
Yeah, they changed them years ago. They used to be a lot thicker and actually tasted like potatoes. Now they just taste like fried oil.
The last time I went to a McDonald's besides 2 years ago was yesterday to try out the McRib because it looks like the McRib was back. And I was surprised how well that McRib was. I genuinely thought that they had bones in the McRib. But no, they don't.
Have any of you seen Mac and Me?
I rented that when I was like,
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Aga.
Don't do it.
What is Mac and Me?
The terrible ET ripoff. It's almost comically bad, but it's also a big McDonald's commercial. Or
That
Coke,
was,
or you name it.
Skittles or whatever, the other one that they didn't use to lure him in ET.
Yeah. And he also like drank Coke out of a straw out of his alien
Yeah, it was
planet.
commercial, the
And
movie.
They went to a restaurant and there was like the big song and dance number. I don't know if it was McDonald's or somewhere else.
So yeah, the McRib is back since Halloween, but this is its farewell tour.
Also, it's going to be a limited time once again.
Like, well, that's the thing. It's the McRib farewell tour.
I genuinely thought... Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just reading this. It's just like really... It's like the entree piece from Walmart's banquet TV dinners for $1 is coming back to be between 2 McDonald's buns for 3 months. Sorry, it's the same fucking thing. Go to Walmart and get a banquet rib dinner. They're like $1 or something. It's the same rib patty. It just has some barbecue, pickle, and onion on it. Yeah, this is what McDonald's tweeted, I guess. It's like the McRib is coming back October 31st, but this is its farewell tour.
Oh, so there's no telling when it's gonna go back. You know, like they're not gonna do it anymore.
Yeah, it's just the same thing that bands do. Like, well, hey, let's make this our farewell tour. So people are like, oh, well, we have to see him, and you get more money, and then you have a surprise reunion in 4 years. Be like, we're coming out, we're coming back, and then you do another farewell tour for real. It's just advertising shit.
Thought they brought it back several years back because I remembered there was like a huge line that went through blocks to get into a McDonald's. I was like, oh, is this that McRib that they're talking about?
Can you imagine?
Turned out
that?
It wasn't though. They were bringing back a Szechuan sauce that was promoted by Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Oh no, not that.
The Mulan Szechuan sauce.
It's not even in their top 3 sauces.
No, it was me. I remembered it when it came out in '98, and I remembered it being mediocre at best. But because Rick and Morty, you know.
Yep, got a meme.
It's relevant. It's a meme, Mom. Please, we gotta go.
Mother, I wish to become part of the cultural zeitgeist.
So eloquent.
Yeah, as most Rick and Morty fans are.
Very high IQ, big brain. As most
So
of
blessed.
the early Rick and Morty episodes. People sit around and talk about Rick and Morty like it's Radiohead. Saying, oh yeah, their older stuff is really good, but they've really started to just kind of morph into the corporate machine of normalism and blah blah blah. I'm like, really, dude? You're gonna...
Oh, they just got flanderized like every cartoon.
What's wrong with Radiohead?
Well, no, it's just like I'm not talking about the thing itself. I'm just saying, like, the kind of people that sit around and talk about Radiohead, like, oh yeah, their new stuff is total garbage, and their old stuff was before they blah 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 blah. It was always Radiohead. Everybody would always do that with Radiohead. And now it's Rick and Morty.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Rory.
Oh, I should mention I don't actually know anything about the show because his nasty little puke stain grosses me out so much that I can't watch it. Or whatever that's supposed to be. Yeah. It's too upsetting to look at.
They toned it down quite a bit in the last season.
He generally doesn't have spittle on his mouth. He really only has it in a couple of scenes.
There was one thing about Rick and Morty's animation that always bugged me, and it was one of those things that
Their
you
butthole
didn't
eyes.
notice. Yeah, like
That was my other thing.
They don't have just normal pupils, not a circle, not a slit, not anything. It's just
Anus pupils.
yeah, like. And once I noticed it, I could never unnotice it.
I just thought they were little spiders. That's so much better.
Ants in my eyes, Johnson. God. I don't care. People can say what they want. Everybody says that about every cartoon when it gets big. Like, I love Family Guy. I love American Dad and The Simpsons. But, yeah, like, when they got to, like, 20 fucking seasons, it's like, all right. You know, I don't go around saying that they're, like, garbage shows. It's just, like, after a certain point, it just kind of becomes hit and miss. But Rick and Morty, like they've been sufficiently funny, like, steadily. Of course, you know, like, you can only do so many masterpieces until it's like, hey, let's just kind of do a show and develop the characters and not try to blow everyone's minds every 5 minutes. And then when you start doing that, that's when people are like, oh, it's not got the spark that it used to have, or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel like they finish the arc and know when to stop when he's ready for it. But I don't know.
Well, it's just how they shot the wad with fucking Avengers Endgame. It's like when you get to the point where it's like, oh, multiple universes and time travel, so therefore nothing matters. And it's like when it gets to that point, then yeah, like I lost interest 5 minutes into Endgame. It's still a great movie and a good flick and whatnot, but the second that they're like, we're gonna go back in time to save the world, but only this way of doing it. Forget all these other people that are like the dead husbands and wives of our teammates. Let's go back and just do these things. You know, yeah. I don't know. It was a cool epic finale, but like any movie that does the whole "we're gonna go back in time" thing, it is just there's no stakes.
And see, I was actually, and I wasn't a Marvel fan at the time, I was actually genuinely impressed with what Infinity War did. Like, as an outside viewer, I thought, holy shit, they actually did that. Then Endgame comes out, nah, we didn't actually do that.
We're gonna go undo it to like a funny musical montage. Yeah.
Like the Guardians formula.
Watching Endgame in theaters, my thought as a DC fan was like, gosh dang it, if only DC would have been the one that would have gotten this many good movies. Like,
Yeah, but-
Endgame like has its problems, but it was like, what, Marvel movie number 48?
I missed Infinity War. I only saw Endgame.
DC has Superman though. I feel like Superman just kind of breaks the whole system for any kind of narratives like that.
Well, there are interesting ways to do Superman. And there have been good Superman movies. It's just, most recently, DC just kind of dropped the ball.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I feel like Homelander's like a close. Like if Superman was crazy and didn't have as many like Superman could go back in time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there are a lot of comic characters where like during like the Silver Age, like between the 40s and the 70s, like all comic characters were basically OP and had a bajillion powers they don't have now and always won and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But the way to make Superman interesting is like focusing on how he has to like what they did in Justice League Unlimited, the World of Cardboard speech, where he's basically saying, yeah, I'm so powerful, I basically have to walk on broken glass everywhere I go or I'll kill someone.
Yeah, they play on the humanity side.
Yeah,
because
Or-
that's
Or like some stories where it's like, okay, he's so committed to his ideals that is he able to actually live a normal life, or is he always going to get interrupted with, what he has to do? Like, those are the stories that make Superman interesting, not just the ones of like, okay, big villain, pow, I win.
yeah, the stuff where being perfect is actually a nightmare is so much more easy to pay attention to.
I have a friend who loves Superman when he's not brooding. He like really appreciates Superman when he's just a superpowered nice person.
I think you could combine those two really and give them a lot of moral dilemmas.
Well, yeah, always that's I've got friends of mine who are fans of Superman. That's one of the things they say is like what distinguishes him from most other superheroes is the fact that he's supposed to be the Boy Scout. He's supposed to be the goody-goody, that's supposed to be his character. Once you make him, the brooding type, then he's basically a clone of half the superheroes out there. It doesn't make him special anymore.
It's pretty much exactly what my friend said. I'm mostly interested in Superman for his rogues gallery. I think it's a bit underrated.
Kind of off topic, but are there any like comics out there that are coming out like now that are on the same level of like the superhero series that used to be in like the 80s and all that?
I think that Invincible was probably the closest thing to that.
I still
Greg,
have
you
issue
own a
with
comic book
first volume.
store. This would be a question for you.
I mean, that would be one of the big recent ones would be Invincible, but
I forgot all about Invincible.
yeah, there's all kinds of new series that have, take a look at Sandman, how big that's gotten. I mean, that's relatively
yeah, that's
new.
a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Black
I never
Set's
did-
been getting bigger.
Black Set's great.
I always got into like Andrew McLean's Headlopper and a lot of like Magnola. Like a lot of their stuff is really, really cool. But he also plays with like DC, with Batman and stuff like that. So
You know what? I will pick up that volume 1 of Invincible off my fucking floor tonight and read that.
the disrespect.
I didn't have space. It's not like in the middle of the floor being stepped on every day. But
Yeah, Invincible is a really, really great series. It kind of went a bit off the rails at one point. I'm not going to spoil anything for anyone. There was a point in the comic where I'm like, I tap out here for a bit. But overall, it's pretty solid end to end. Like I said, there was at least one plot arc that I was just like, oh god, really? But
If you only watch the show, like how closely are you following the comics?
It's pretty close. There are certainly
cool.
some liberties taken. I know there are a couple of characters that kind of shit happened to them where I'm like, I don't remember that happened to that character at this point in the story, but
So they move things forward just for plot, or
yeah, or switch things around a little bit. So, yeah, there are a lot of really neat stuff. Like Robot's absolutely fantastic, and I'm really curious to see how much of him they get into the comic. But I was glad they covered his story arc, or at least the start of it.
Yeah, Dark, I'm doing all right. How you been?
Yeah, Robot ends up being a really interesting character study as the series progresses.
Yeah. A lot of people talk about, not to go and spoil stuff just about him and Rexplosion. There's a lot of interesting implications.
Rex is the kid, right? Or
You talking about Doom Patrol? Or
No, this is Invincible. Rex is the guy that can supercharge things and make them explode.
Oh, like Gambit or Cable?
Yep.
with the red suit.
Yep.
Kinetic card.
Did they ever do? Oh, my bad.
No, sorry, I interrupted you. You can go ahead.
Homeboy replied after a year. There's the Max original soundtrack video on YouTube, and the exact song that I was looking for was the same one this dude commented over a year ago, saying I want the song that's at the 3-minute mark, and I finally found a way to do it with a vocal remover. That's the track that's playing on my stream right now. Is a seamless audio loop of that, and I put it up. This was a year ago. I was like, hey, here's a Google Drive link with a seamless looping wave file I put together. It's the best I could do. And a fucking year later, 2 weeks ago, he replied saying on the YouTube video saying, thank you so much for this. This is exactly what I needed. So that was kind of nice.
I kind of love when that happens.
It's really cool.
When you see 5 and 6 year gaps between comments on where that's the only place they could have ever found that info. The odds are so low. I love that stuff.
When someone stole Frederick Fox, the name on DeviantArt in 2005, and I was like, hey, I like your name. And the exact day, to the day, in 2015, I left a message on the same account saying, so can I have that name back now? To the day. It was, but I deleted my DeviantArt, so it's probably not on there anymore.
Yeah, I was about to ask, do you still want DA?
What, on DeviantArt? Oh no.
Yeah, I jumped ship off of that earlier this week.
Well, yeah, when they did the whole AI thing and you had to go and manually flag your art to have it not used in AI create artwork, it's just like, ugh.
Oh no.
That's
Yeah,
what
here
I
it is.
was
Here it
I
is.
didn't hear about that.
Check it out. So this is the user page of Frederick Fox. They haven't used it in Demon for 17 years and just never uploaded anything. So yeah, like I like your movies, it's not the real one. And there I am, this is my old account, March 30th, 2005. I was like, I like your name. And then March 30th, 2015. So is it cool if I have it back now? I went there the day exactly 10 years later. I'm glad that the comments stay there even though I've been deleted. Oh man, yeah. That was a while ago.
But yeah, when they announced the weird like AI thing, that's when I'm just like, okay, I'll just get rid of all my stuff and move to a much new, fresh website like Newgrounds.
Never used Newgrounds before.
Can you take legal action to have like your art removed from AI stuff? And how would you actually like go about proving it's being used?
How can you prove that it is in their code?
Well, they got so much backlash after 24 hours that they finally implemented an opt-out thing, but then they still got in trouble because the default was opt-in, and it was really hard to opt out.
Yeah, it's like leaving Facebook. You gotta do a lot of stuff.
There's
Oh, yeah, you can't just delete your account. You have to go through like all this stuff.
I dedicated a whole afternoon to that almost like 10 years ago.
They dedicated a whole South Park episode to deleting your Facebook. Wasn't that like the Tron one or whatever? You had to beat the fucking Tron boss at Yahtzee or something.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
That was a really great episode.
I even like individually deleted all of my posts before I worked on deleting my account.
Yeah, there was a reset, so you go, we'll leave your account up. All you gotta do is log back in anytime in the next 5 years. It's like, well, let
hold
me
on to
delete
everything for you.
Yeah. That sweet, sweet data. Your statistics.
I was so lucky to hate my coworkers around 2013 and decided to get rid of my Facebook then.
God, I can't even remember when I got rid of mine. It's been a while. I got on there and one of my cousins had a baby and I left a comment saying like, oh, he's cute or whatever, and then someone replied saying like, oh, I love your baby. Have you seen Fred's videos? They're so funny on the internet. And I was like, no more Facebook.
Oh, no.
There's some setting that like, oh, you need to turn off, like allow people in the public to comment on people's posts that you've commented on, even your family or whatever. It's like, Lord knows what other settings there are that I need to turn off. Now fuck this amount.
Yeah, a coworker got my phone number through Facebook and started texting me. Not through the messenger,
take over
mind you,
my shift?
without.
I'm sick. And then you take their shift and you look at Facebook and they're like, getting my tattoos on the beach. I did that. I worked for somebody once and they were getting tattooed on a fucking beach by some felon dude. I didn't even say anything. I was just like, all right, well, they're a fucking liar.
Was it a good tattoo?
Well, a felon dude would probably be pretty good at tattoos.
Sure, he had time to practice.
Well, the felon will still be able to tattoo your face if you wanted to.
I mean,
There's like a lot of reputable tattoo places where they're just like, no, we can't do this and that for ethical reasons.
I mean, that's just a marketing scheme right there. I can tattoo you anywhere, you know? That's just great for your resume.
What ethics will stop me from looking like Darth Maul if I want to?
Nothing.
Is there a law against like tattooing people who are, you know, clearly drunk and stuff like that?
Oh, drunk? Yeah, if a tattoo person thinks that you're drunk, they will not do your tattoo. They put in there, it's like, oh, it's because alcohol thins your blood and it makes you bleed. It's partially that, and partially, yeah, you don't want to wake up and go, what did I do? Can you remove this? I want my money back, blah, 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 and all that stuff.
It's also like a bartender. At some point you have to cut someone off because you're responsible for them.
Yeah, the whole idea of like, you know, getting a tattoo that you regret, I don't know why, it's just a feeling like, you know, it's a fear basically.
I got one tattoo and I don't regret it because I asked myself for 3 years, do you want it? Yes. Do you still want it a year later? Yes. 2 years later? Yes. 3 years later? It was still yes. I was like, okay, I'm going to go get it while I'm still young enough to get it. And I got it and I don't regret it. It's not anything big and it's not in any place where it would affect a job. And yeah, I like it. It was cool. But I don't know if I'm going to get another one.
I wish people put that much thought
I
into
was thinking
it.
more like eyeball tattoos and stuff. Like,
It's tribal. It's Chinese for Japan.
And it says like
clip.
it says like anal beer.
Yeah, no, my friend got one in Japanese. It said "Dirty American Devil."
I mean, that's pretty good.
But
It's
he
like a
knew
warning.
what it said. It wasn't like he got punked. Like
I was about to say
"In
doing that
solidarity."
intentionally is a power move. My fucking coworker got laid off, and when he came back a couple months later, he had a tattoo of his last name in cursive on his forearm. I'm afraid to ask him to explain that.
If you hire someone and then they get like a tattoo on their face, is that grounds to like dismiss them? Can you fire them for that?
I don't see why.
If it breaks dress code, that's a dress code. Like, see, when I was in school and working at Checkers when I was like 14 or 15, if you had unnatural hair, like you dyed your hair blue or green or something, like you'd have to go home. You wouldn't be allowed to be at school. They'd send you home.
It's your distraction.
I remember the year after I graduated high school, they finally let students wear hats, and I was so mad.
Wearing hats was like a problem?
Yeah, like you could no piercings. Boys weren't allowed to have piercings. You could have like one ear piercing, but you couldn't have both ears pierced as a boy. No nose piercings, no lip piercings, labrae, any of that stuff. And now like no one cares. Everywhere I go, people have sleeve tattoos and nasal piercings and their hair dyed green at Walmart, and they're standing there in the aisle with their phone texting. If you had like a flip phone in your pocket and the ringtone went off, that was a warning. And if it happened a second time, you were fired.
Oh my gosh.
Like that's how phone stuff was when I was working at Walmart and stuff like that 10 years ago. Like,
well, I know like, in some places here, like you go to Sobeys. Sobeys has a strict no phone policy. You cannot have a phone on the floor at all.
Walmart's been laxified. Holy hell.
You're supposed to be working, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't feel right being on my phone at work anyway.
I move so much, I can't even look at mine.
Under a bit of papers when I was at work to just listen to music or whatever to help keep me awake.
Yeah, when I got my call center job, just the fact that we were allowed to put MP3s on our phones and then listen to them while we worked, like that like I almost cried when I found that out. I no job I've ever had anywhere ever allowed you to do anything like that. You'd be instantly fired. It's like I get to do a computer job and I get to listen to audiobooks and MP3s all day. Like, yeah, it was awesome. But
We had to push for like a radio, like an FM radio at our place.
oh God, I'd jump out of a window before I'd listen to what people play on the radio at work now.
A lot of Stevie Nicks.
I'm
A
in a
lot of Stevie
truck
Nicks.
and I'm going down the road and the cops show up, but they just want a beer and oh God.
And it's time for a rooftop party.
Yeah, at my freaking job, we have a radio that's on country music, and we hear a lot of that. We hear like boys around here. We hear, oh, if I die, I hope I die a country boy. I'm just like, ugh.
Man, I got lucky then. I live in the South and we listen to a bunch of like old rock music. It's like, or not old, it's just like Stevie Nicks, like 90s stuff.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's pretty great.
I'm in a cubicle, thankfully, so I have my own Bluetooth speaker, and I just keep it at a respectable volume to my own stuff. But if I have it off, I'm hearing what the general population's listening to, and it's like, no.
I don't know. It depends. I don't know if you go through the same cycle, but it's like on Mondays, I'm super excited to see people, and I'm like, oh, I can, talk to my coworkers, and then by the middle of the week, I'm like, I kind of just want to focus on the job and just not talk to anyone.
More of the opposite. Like on Mondays, Tuesdays, I'm like, ugh. But by Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, it's more like, yeah, we just talk and have a good time, because usually that's when the work gets less. Like there's less loads on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at my job, so that's when we start conversating more.
God, no, I can't do it. I'm just like, hey, how's it going? And then that's it for the rest of the morning.
We just all accept that we're delirious from the overtime on about
Yeah.
Thursday. And just all act stupid as hell.
It's like, I am here. I am not fully alive. Just keep doing your thing.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, we have country music on our radio at work, and it's always interesting to me because there will be like 4 or 5 people singing. None of them will be singing the same note, and none of them will be singing the same note that's on the song itself. It's like it's like the G major meme on every song.
Jeez. Yeah, I feel lucky then. I'm super glad I got really cool coworkers. Granted, we're going through like a huge everyone's kind of leaving right now, so it's just kind of like we're cycling through a lot of new people right now.
Yeah. Same here. It is good though that like when you do that and you already know the job, because then you can pick out the people who you know are going to be good at it like right off the bat.
I guess that's true. Somewhat, I think. And I think I know what you mean.
Like I called all the people who were going to quit before they did, and I knew.
Oh yeah, yeah, I get that.
Where do you both work again?
I work at a warehouse.
I work at FedEx and a small farm.
Cool. What's working in a warehouse like?
It is incredibly physical. I walk about 6 miles every day, according to my phone. So I can eat like a hog if I want to. That part's actually pretty cool.
Do you ever have to move boxes like physically by yourself?
Oh yeah, all the time. We
Do you
get
ever worry
pallets.
about like throwing out your back, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, all the time.
Too late.
But we do have conversations all the time, and we actually like change processes and stuff to make it easier.
You could also just wear a brace. Like those back braces are great.
I just worry about weakening the muscles there because I've always heard that braces can do that.
No.
Is that kind of like a in the olden days sort of thing?
Well, I mean, when you're lifting something like with a backpack, if you have an external frame backpack, it's good to wear something that's going to compress your abdomen so that you're sitting up straight and you're not slouching. It's kind of like the same thing with like picking up a box. You're supposed to lift with your knees, you know, go through that whole process.
Yeah, I basically do squats for 12 hours a day.
That's good. That's like really
Yeah.
good.
I'm gonna have thighs the size of watermelons and nothing. Like I'm gonna do nothing to my arms.
You'll be powerful.
Are are those like braces kind of like those belts, you know, weightlifters use, or?
Somewhat. I mean, I've seen there's this one guy that wears something similar to like a weightlifter's belt. I've used a, I guess it's more like, you know, those compression straps that you can wear on your knees. Like you see a lot of athletes wearing them where they have like the hole on the kneecap.
Not really. Sorry.
It's I don't know how to describe. I just wear that. It doesn't exactly have like a rigid back to it, but it works pretty good.
Cool. What's working at FedEx like?
Same thing. I think it's a lot of like. I mean, it can be great at times. Some weeks are really, really simple because you can get hired almost immediately. There is almost no barrier to entry with FedEx. So they'll hire you the next day after you apply, which is great. And they pay weekly, which is also pretty nice. But they can they used to do surge pay during the holidays, and they recently got rid of that. And that has made a lot of employees that have been there for like, you know, 6 years, 7 years, like more, just decide, oh, this isn't, you know, this isn't viable anymore. So
what's surge pay?
It basically, with the heavier amount of packages during the holidays, you're expected to do a lot more volume in a smaller amount of time. So essentially it's compensating you for doing like 3 times the work in the same time frame that you would normally do like 16,000 boxes. Now you're doing like 20,000 boxes plus, and you're expected to do it very similarly, you know, time-wise as you were when they were getting less boxes in.
That's cool. Sucks that they're taking that away.
Yeah, it kind of does. They went into recession mode a little bit quick, and now they're kind of biting their... As soon as they did that, which is like the funny part, they went into recession mode, and then the next day, literally the next day, they said they weren't going to do surge pay, and UPS put posters all the way down to the entryway to the parking lot for FedEx that was saying like 22 an hour, 23 an hour. And the next day we had like 13, 11 people call out and not come back. I was like, well played. Well played.
Emperor, I have a friend who really likes your videos, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
You do videos?
Yep.
Mm.
I'm getting Memphis vibe from the whole FedEx thing because I was in Memphis a couple months ago, and that's all you saw in Memphis was FedEx, 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 FedEx.
I mean, they're pretty much all over the place. Also, Tennessee is the headquarters.
Yeah, that's what I learned. I was like, oh, Memphis is where they're based out. I was like, oh, that explains why there's FedEx everywhere in Memphis.
Yeah,
and it's like, yeah, apparently they employ half the city.
Memphis is the FedEx company town now.
Yeah, it's the Mordor of their life.
That was a jump from company town, but I appreciate it.
I mean, it basically is. You know, it's basically what it is. I have said that I'm going to quit and stop working there like so many times, and the next week I'm like, oh, it's super easy. I'll just keep doing it. And then like 3 years go by, and you're like, oh shoot, I'm still there.
I mean, it'll probably help with a bump in pay, hopefully.
Not really. No, I live like an hour away from work, so it's kind of like it does kind of brutally, come at my paycheck. But all in all, it's not a bad place to work. I find it very funny working there because you see a bunch of stuff like when we're cleaning out the 18-wheelers, because I work the evening and the morning shift. In the evenings, we clean out the 18-wheelers, and we'll find things like a bunch of bullets. Like we find a lot of loose bullets in the back of those trucks. We find gift cards. We find food, just random food. And last week or 2 weeks ago, we found an unopened game for Animal Crossing. I'll post an image of it. It's kind of crazy. We were like, what the heck is this? And my friend Jerem picks it up. He's like, dude, it's a game. And we're like, blew our minds. You find all kinds of stuff. I'll put it in the voice chat.
Do you get to keep all of it?
I mean, technically, you're supposed to turn it into the, your manager. And I'm just going to say we did. Think about it very, very seriously. The mayor. But the thing is, like, there's no package with it. It would have been a loose item.
Your manager would have been, thank you, and then, like, took it home to the kid.
Yeah, that's basically how it would have gone. He was cool with it, though. He's just like, go ahead. He's like, I already have a copy of it, so don't even worry about it. And I was like, oh, dope.
Was it one of the original Animal Crossing games?
I think it was the second one. I'm trying to find the photo. I'm pretty sure. Here it is. That one. Oh, sorry. My internet's slow. Yeah, we found a bunch of weird stuff. I've gotten to like where we collect everything, just everything. We put it on the shelves around the door. So if you go back there, it looks like a hoarder's den. It's just got a bunch of loose screws, like letter openers, gloves, a jacket, like medical supplies. We found unopened things of like, or they've been opened, but it's like a bunch of like Tylenol and stuff, random stuff.
Yeah, I think that one is that is the newest one, but there was like more than 2 before that.
Oh, okay. So this is just the original one, or the newest one then?
Yeah, it's still a really cool find though.
Oh yeah, it was the highlight of that week. Trying to think of what else.
This is completely off topic, but how many of you, or if any of you don't mind me asking, were born before 1985?
I was.
Oh, cool. Sorry if that's a weird question. Were you interested in like music very early on, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I'm not the big music buff. That would be more in Fred's field.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, like, what was it kind of like, when grunge kind of gained popularity, and it just seems like it's such a huge change in tone for popular music, and I was, just wondering what that was like.
I was in junior high when grunge really took off, and with us too, it's like not even just the music, but just the way people dress and everything. Which, to say, oh, up in Canada we start wearing jeans and plaid shirts and shit. This doesn't seem like a big, a big stretch. But like a lot of the grunge fashion really hit big in junior high and high school. So I used to listen to Smashing Pumpkins a lot. That was my big band. But even, like Soundgarden, I Mother Earth and all that, like, Nirvana, the big name when it comes to grunge, and the whole
All
like
those
garage
bands that,
scene.
and all that
Everyone,
stuff.
everyone sings like they have a mouthful of marbles. Yeah.
Everyone wanted to be Eddie Vedder.
I mean, everyone was Eddie Vedder.
Well, there are people who argue like who was the first word of fat a better hair band.
Oh man, we did
just like the Crash Test Dummies.
We did a presentation on Pearl Jam for our French class in grade 9. Talked about the history of the band and all that stuff. So yeah,
Yeah, it's like I don't know who did it first, but as far as like the record companies were concerned, they were trying to look for the next Eddie Vedder, because like of the bigger grunge bands, Pearl Jam was the most commercially successful one.
Even more so than Nirvana.
Nirvana like surprised everyone because they had such a big album with Nevermind, but they have a very short catalog.
Yeah.
And they also, in my opinion, they had a really different sound as far as grunge went. A lot of their songs were closer to like melancholy surf.
Well,
just to my ears.
Grunge does have a lot of influences from punk, and punk has a lot of influences from surf, so you're not too far off.
Mm-hmm. Early Cannibal Corpse albums that just suddenly sounded like the Beach Boys for a few seconds. It was everywhere. I love seeing how music influences other music, though.
Yeah, metal in general is like a really diverse kind of thing genre-wise. It's like stuff that sounds completely different to other stuff. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Because it mostly originated from like punk and hardcore, which is all about fuck your standards. And then it eventually became like fuck your standards of what music should sound like. We're gonna do this. Then somebody else said I can do that, but better.
Metal and punk are like two genres that came from different places, but they kept crossing paths multiple times.
Like you had the Tampa and Florida death metal and New York death metal scenes that somehow knew they had distinct sounds, but they somehow like kept influencing each other without the internet, without easy access to it. They picked up on the same things and just expressed it in slightly different ways.
Yeah, just you got a cool record or a cool tape, and while you were learning guitar, and you're like, oh, I want to be more like that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of you listen to Buckethead by any chance?
Oh, Buckethead got me through high school.
Yeah, I don't want to say because I'm no expert, but I genuinely believe that he's like the greatest guitarist that ever lived.
Yeah, it's because he was trained by Paul Gilbert, and Paul Gilbert is an absolute legend. You can really hear it. You can really hear it when he shreds. He has that same way of climbing scales when he plays arpeggios really fast. That's pure Gilbert right there.
I'm more of a boomer. I have to give that to Eddie.
Eddie Van Halen was great. But what's interesting about, Eddie Van Halen's tapping and Buckethead is that Buckethead actually invented something called nubbing, which is very similar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly how to do it, unfortunately.
You talking about when he plays the really atonal scales?
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about scales, but I think so. There's an interesting story behind it with Sean. I forgot his last name. I think it's Lane.
Oh yeah. I just looked up a video of it. Yeah, I learned how to do that for a little while because of Buckethead, and it's total chaos. It feels like it's great because there's the physical aspect to playing an instrument that I feel people really don't appreciate enough unless they do it. And when you do that, it feels like the sound is getting away from you. Like it feels like it's about to run off, and you're trying to catch it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can literally only play 2 chords, but I feel like if I could play guitar that well, I'd be pretty content with life.
You should watch all of Ben Eller's videos on why you suck at guitar, and then you'll be an expert.
Yeah, I'm just learning from a I forgot his. I think his name's Justin. You know, Justin Guitar.
Justin
that
Guitar,
website?
yes,
Yeah.
he's a great dude.
No, he's an amazing teacher.
When the only like argument I ever see people have is whether or not he should encourage the classical position of sitting, then that tells me that everything else is pretty great.
Yeah, the only thing I was really worried about was his advice on like the finger positions for the A chord and how it's different. I think I talked to someone on the server about it though.
Yeah, it's honestly,
the real solution is just power chords. That's all you need.
you only need 2 notes. Yeah, but then you'll get into arguments with people that say, use your ring finger. No, use your pinky finger. Never use your ring.
It's one of the biggest wastes of time is to argue with other musicians on the right way to play an instrument.
The only
one to
ones
sit there and listen to people like, no, technically, if you look up here, well, no, here, I'm gonna go look it up because blah 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 blah. It's like, dude, like, who cares?
You'll find your own way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
because usually my response to anyone who says there's only one way to play something is like, okay, look, Paul McCartney never had any formal lessons, never learned how to read musical notation, and he did pretty all right for himself, and all while being left-handed. So, if the most successful musician of all time can do that, then you can learn your own way if you really need to.
Did Jimi Hendrix ever have any formal lessons? I know he taught himself from a very early age with like a broomstick.
I think he did, because if I remember right, he played in the military jazz band for a little bit. So I think he learned like a little bit during there. I think a large part of like what he's famous for, he experimented on his own.
Yeah.
Hey, Emperor.
Yeah.
Did Lil Wayne have any musical talent with the guitar?
Definitely not.
What are you talking about?
God
His solo
bless
was
him.
amazing.
God bless him, he tried. Like it almost feels mean to dunk on him because he looks like he's having so much fun, but no, he has a lot of practicing to do.
Honestly, the only advice I ever take when people like try to argue about how to play an instrument is when they get into stuff that's genuinely about preventing injuries and things like that. Which is why I recommended the Ben Eller stuff, because he talked about pivoting, and I just talked with Blondie about this earlier, about how you should pivot with your thumb when you play like heavy power chord stuff instead of moving your whole arm. And like overnight, the strain that used to go into playing guitar for me disappeared. So that stuff is pretty good.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Thanks. But I doubt I'd need it for a very long time until I've actually learned to play more than 2 chords comfortably.
Oh, it's very foundational stuff that he shows you, which I think is good because it's like teaching you the fundamentals of it, and then you can learn the rest on your own.
Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Thanks.
Do you ever get into the work of like Ferris Sanders or something like that?
Me?
Yeah.
No, sorry, I don't recognize that name. What is it again?
Ferris Sanders. I think it was like a 70. I thought you guys were talking about like the 70s and 80s music.
Yeah, could you spell that? You can like, if you could type
I'll
it.
link it.
Thanks. Thanks. No, unfortunately, no, I've never checked this out. I'll definitely give it a listen later, though. Thank you.
I guess it's more of like a jazzy kind of thing, but it's also got like ambient stuff in there, like Don Cherry.
I feel like if I'm in like, I don't know, my 60s and I'm retired, I'm definitely gonna be one of those people that are in like a band with a bunch of other dads, I guess.
That's
You know,
been my.
if I
Thank you all for coming out to our cover band show tonight. We are Corduroy. And we're here to rock you all night. Here's Bruce.
That's my favorite thing about listening to music from the 90s and then going to watch it live now. They all just look like they're about to go have a barbecue after the show.
All I can think of when I think of like a bunch of retirees playing a rock band together, I think of the Raise Some Cane video. If you've ever seen that. It's literally just like a guy in his 60s trying to make like a hair metal song. And, like, God bless him, he's trying.
Oh.
What was the old dude doing the let the bodies hit the floor?
No. I posted it in voice chat companion, but basically like guy in his 60s who still thinks he's like, you know, Ozzy Osbourne in the 80s or whatever. And he's got like he's like it's supposed to be a music video, but like, you know, there are still like pedestrians on the beach. And he's got like hired people there dancing as like models or whatever that are clearly just there for a paycheck.
Well, at least he went
Guy
for
with
it.
the top hat and the Les Paul seems kind of derivative.
Oh yeah, backslash.
into your mouth was sort of more important than the Hubble telescope.
This is what I'm talking about.
Thank you. All right,
Oh, I know the one you're talking about, America's
yeah.
Got Talent.
Oh, I was thinking of one like a karaoke club or something.
Let the
Oh,
bodies
I'm
hit the
so
floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the Nothing wrong with me.
That's so
Nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me.
If you're not like this man when you're older.
I knew you were gonna say it.
I remember before he went live, he said, oh, this is the best day of my life. Oh, what did you do for a living? Oh, I'm a retirement.
What? That's amazing.
Look at him shaking all the energy he's putting into it. Good for him.
Not even sound can resist the charm.
What age was that guy?
82.
I hope I have that like kind of energy at that age, honestly.
I mean, at the very least, within like 30 to 40 years, we're going to have the first people in nursing homes that like enjoy that type of music. And that'll be hilarious. Hey, Steve,
Turn
I
up
can
that
still do my
excision.
throat growl.
There's about to be a nasty drop.
Shit, people that were into 80s metal are now in their 60s. So it's bound to happen sooner or later.
Think of all the old people listening to like early rap.
Instead of
I
like
see
in the
your
nursing home
leg.
not shutting up about MASH, they'll not shut up about SpongeBob instead.
I mean, people that were into Jam Master Jay back in the day are now in their 60s. So that's not far off either.
No, they use a Pantera song in SpongeBob.
Imagine that they made specifically for it, I think, right?
Yeah, it's an instrument.
No, it was off their final
Yeah,
album.
but
Oh.
that was like the instrumental version of that. They made it specifically for that episode.
That song probably had a lot to do with how I turned out, now that I think of it.
I thought you said this was a ride through the park. Yeah, the industrial park.
I remember watching that when I was like 4. What's really funny is if you go on Pantera's like YouTube channel, they just have SpongeBob's face as like the album cover for that specific song.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was an original just for it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying like original is, if you could call, I guess, removing vocals an original, I guess you can't really.
On that nursing subject though, all the memes are gonna be really good, hopefully.
That's what I was thinking. Y'all were talking about music, but I was just sitting here thinking, like, imagine being somebody working at a nursing home and all the 90-plus-year-olds are constantly trying to show you their favorite memes.
It'll happen.
And some of them are already incomprehensible now. Like, imagine how surreal and, like, absurdist it's going to be then, and you're just going to have to pretend to laugh through all of it.
Well, you have to save it, because obviously it's going to disappear on certain platforms. I mean, you got to download it.
Yeah.
Go digging through your hard drive.
The thing that I am very terrified of is the fact that, you know, you have Gen Z, and then the next generation after that, they decided to call Generation Alpha, which means that the one after that will be Generation Beta.
Oh no!
Which means all the Gen Zs, whenever they hit nursing homes, they're gonna be like the angry grandparents calling their grandkids betas all the time.
Oh no!
Why can't you be more of an alpha like your father?
Oh
my
God.
Grandpa, no one talks like that anymore.
Wait, they're calling the people after Zoomers Generation Alpha?
Yes.
Well,
we ran out of normal letters, so now we got to go on to the Greek letters.
Do we have to, though?
Does that mean that the beta generation is coming after?
That's what I'm saying. So the grandparents of the beta generations are the people who use beta and related terms as an insult.
Thank you for the resub.
And they're going to have to deal with that.
I appreciate it.
We need a cultural change right now.
All of you betas always stay in VR chat for your jobs instead of going to the office like we did.
That's it.
I'm afraid to try and think about what something like VR chat would look like by that time.
It wouldn't be great, because I can tell you this right now, there's a lot of places that have terrible internet connection, like, and I don't know.
I imagine like 50 years from now we would have like, you know, they're talking about how like having like a satellite internet that would like broadcast over the entire planet. Like surely 50 years from now we would have that.
I don't know, man. I feel like if it was that easy, I live like 30 minutes away from a giant city, or at least a moderately sized city, and I have terrible internet connection. The only reason I can be on now is because I'm actually like house sitting for someone this week, and it's like it's 2022. You know, live in the U.S., relatively well connected country.
You won't need decent internet if you have a brain-computer interface.
Oh God.
And that's when I go Amish.
You're medical.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to go Amish. Just go German Baptist. There's at least like some type.
Amish by the standards of the time.
Just go German Baptist. Really good cooking. And they have moderately, you know, they have cars and stuff.
Yeah, we have Mennonites around here that run like bakeries and things where they make the most tasty but also deadly donuts I've ever had in my life.
So good. Oh, is it Daylight Donuts?
No, it's a very, very local place.
Dang.
Only thing is, like, my family can go there and they'll talk to my mother. And then when my dad shows up, because they're all women behind the counter, they just get very quiet and meek like this.
My mom's a school teacher, and so it's like all the Mennonite children that went through her class now bring her like, they still bring her canned food all the time. So we just have like this huge pantry of like canned food, or a root cellar. It's just kind of insane. Super, super nice people.
Smoking on the endo weed. Sorry, making an audio loop. See how quick I can do it.
Still couldn't believe you made a loop of that fucking Moto Racer song. I didn't think you'd actually.
Dude, that was a jam from my childhood.
For real, dude. I literally used to put that CD in my stereo, my dad's stereo, to get it to play.
It came with my laptop. I already had the game on PlayStation, but I bought a compact Presario 1235 laptop. It had a 266 megahertz processor, 64 megabytes of RAM that I upgraded to 128 later on when Half-Life came out. But it came with a PC copy of Moto Racer that ran pretty good at 640 by 480. I remember that. It came with, I was like, well, I have this game on PlayStation, but I can play it portably now? Wow! Yeah, that was a fun game.
The original Switch.
And the laptop played Resident Evil 2 as well. All right, let me add this in as a loop, because this is a song I've been wanting to add for a while to my loop list. Luna's I Got 5 on it. That was such a jam when I was a kid. All right.
Last 2 days, I had to go digging for this song that was just like playing on this random YouTube channel. And they had nothing on YouTube, which for me is kind of like, if a song isn't on YouTube, it doesn't really, I don't want to say it doesn't exist. It's just like, it's hard for me to think that there are songs outside of the YouTube realm. It's very odd.
There's one song from GTA 4 in one GTA 4 video played on the radio, and it's really good, but since they took like a bunch of songs out of the game because of like copyright and stuff, I've just not been able to find it at all, and a bunch of other people are trying to look for it as well.
You gotta go digging. Yeah, I ended up finding this one on like it's like a Vietnamese like web browser, and it was like tucked away in this download like file. It took forever.
It really shouldn't be too hard to find it because, you know, all of the original songs are still on discs for the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox. So I don't know. For some reason, it's just not out there.
Hmm. It's kind of odd to think that something like that even though it's pretty modern, can just disappear that easily.
Mm-hmm. I had a friend who had a folder of chiptunes that he had been curating since 1996. And I lost it when I moved computers. And there are like 3 songs total that I can find on YouTube from that, and the rest I will never hear again.
Yeah.
And it was
Well,
a lot
really
of stuff.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say it was stuff that showed up in like demo scene compilations and things like that. So you'd think there was some obscure website somewhere that would have it, and no, it gone.
Yeah. What really sucks is when it's like a really catchy one and you can remember it very well, but you can just never find it.
You were cursed to be the only one to know what it is. Like Deckard Cain.
You would be the only one until you ended up in a nursing home and you're talking about your memes, and then you mention, hey, there's this song, and your roommate's like, oh my god, I know that song too, and you can both kind of like reminisce. Full circle.
It's also interesting when there's like a very short song and maybe a skit or like, you know, some video posted on YouTube or a show, and you're like, oh, I really wish there's a full version of this. So you just have to loop it. It's even better when you actually find out that there is.
I use a vocal remover now, the AI thingy where it takes the vocals out of any song. It's fucking great.
Talking about that.
I need that right now.
It's called
You get it from a Patreon
X
or...
minus, I think. Yeah, just go on their Patreon. I pay $5 a month, and I get a whole bunch of different stuff.
Yeah, you sent me a loop earlier. That was really cool. So that must have been how you did it. I bet you spent so long on that. I was like, oh my god, man, you didn't have to.
No, just you go on there, click which model you want, and click process, and wait for a few minutes. Wait, is there not a category? Oh, creative. Creative verse. Did they get rid of the creative category on Twitch? Or is it just art?
Can't imagine why.
Never mind, it's art. Why does my audience say everyone?
You appeal to many backgrounds.
No, I mean like there should be like a mature audiences only setting, because this is confusing. And they removed my Russian tag. I'm just talking about my stream information. Done. How
with the
I'm just worried that Streamlit. Yeah, that should have fit. Yeah, it deleted my thing. I guess it reset all my settings.
I watch a guy pretty regularly that's been having a lot of issues with Twitch in the last 3 days, so maybe they're moving around stuff.
We wouldn't want the children coming in here and hearing about your deep fried sandwich within a sandwich. I'm sorry, I'm still not over that.
Oh man.
Whatever the hell that monstrosity was you were talking about a while back.
The purple guy?
No, Fred was talking a while back, like a few months ago, about this like deep fried sandwich that had another sandwich in it. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, Monte Cristo?
See?
Why? Yeah, it's from Bennigan's, Disneyland, Cheddar's. There's a bunch of restaurants that do it. It's just a ham, turkey, Swiss, and cheddar sandwich and white bread or whatever, and you just roll them in batter and deep fry them, and then cut them diagonally and dust them with powdered sugar, and then you dip them in blackberry preserves. It's fucking amazing. It's a lot of calories, but it's my favorite food of all time.
Yeah, I was just saying we don't need to introduce children to it, so that's why we need the age warning.
It reminds me of the ultimatum from regular show. It's like a burger in a burger, and binging with Babish made it real. It looks really nice.
I forgot all about that show. Oh man.
I've never actually sat down and watched it. I should.
It's really good.
It's a huge part of my childhood, to be honest.
It is really good.
I miss Adventure Time.
Adventure Time was amazing. it literally changed, like, you know, I guess like sorry, what am I saying? What I'm trying to say is Adventure Time, before Adventure Time came out, when I was watching Cartoon Network, it was a very episodic. That was kind of the first thing that really showed, I guess, a continuous story, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it was a really good direction to go to because it inspired a lot of others to do the same.
They also aged the character quite a bit, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, he started off like 12, and by the last season, he was like 18 or like 17, and they showed him with like a beard recently in the newest thing.
Damn, you guys are really selling this.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
The earlier seasons are kind of rough, but you know, it's the first season. They have to make it appeal to. It came out in like the psychedelic phase of Cartoon Network with like these weird shows like Uncle Grandpa and weird stuff like that. So they had
Grandpa
to,
came out a bit after, maybe a year.
and they had to appeal to it. So.
Jeez, honey, do you
But-
want to watch Adventure Time together sometime?
It's really good.
Yeah, totally.
It's really freaking good.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
You also get like what is it? Pat McHale, who also does a lot of comics, and I'm just gonna say this: his comics are incredible. If you ever get the chance, check out Pat McHale's comics. Clay, really good one. But anyway, like Pat McHale was on the writing team for quite a while, and Ghost Shrimp was also on there for a while. Pat McHale and Ghost Shrimp went to work on Over the Garden Wall. And
That's an incredible show.
yeah, like a lot of the people came out of Pendleton Ward's playbook when it came to who his team was. Incredible matchup.
I've never heard a musical with a guy putting on a. What did he put on the Trinidad accent, or was that legit? I don't know the actor.
For which one?
Oh God, it's been so long I forget the name. He was one of the villains, I'm pretty sure. He had a very deep voice, and he had that Trinidadian accent that most people associate with like Darth Vader.
Oh man. If you could like show me, I definitely would know.
Excellent.
Or at least have an idea.
Thank you.
See if I can
I
find
appreciate that.
I used to be obsessed with that, especially with like I have friends that worked on Craig of the Creek, and recently, like with that show being like out of nowhere just being terminated, it makes you think like maybe they're getting, because all of my friends that got fired from that are thinking that Cartoon Network is changing a lot, and they're concerned like, oh, it's the end of, you know, shows like Steven Universe and Adventure Time and regular show, stuff like that. They're trying to move away from those kind of narratives, and they're moving towards like short-term, quick episodic things like Over the Garden Wall, which wouldn't be a bad thing, but it's just different.
I would kill for another Midnight Gospel.
Oh my
That was
god!
so pathetic. They canceled that after one season.
That was so good.
It was.
It was too real. It was so good.
I mean, it was real though. They were based off of real interviews.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Well,
I was
that's
so
the pushing.
yeah, I was so pissed off that Netflix was like, nope, we're not going to do a second season of that.
I'm sure it didn't have enough broad appeal or whatever, but for the people that it did appeal to, like, I'm not gonna go as dramatic as to call it life-changing, but it was one of those things that will actually stick with me for a while, I think, some of those conversations.
I really have to watch it. I know there's a specific episode that's like really emotional.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
only seen the first one.
Oh yeah.
The last episode.
Yeah.
I forgot all about that. Holy cow.
Did we ever actually watch the last episode?
I think we did, but I am more than happy to rewatch.
Yeah, we're gonna find another reason to rewatch the whole series in VR chat with random people and hope they can handle it.
Yeah. No, everyone I've shown it to so far has loved it.
It is really something special.
This is like a part of Forgot all about a lot of this stuff. Wow.
You know, OKKO. You know, that's like, or is it? Yeah, I think it's OKKO. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the creator of that, Ian Jones Cordy, he used to be in, you know, Knock Force.
No, I've never seen. I've never heard it.
Oh, you should check it out. It's really good.
What is it called?
Knock Force, and it was him and this other guy, and they just put these like animations on YouTube. Just them doing all this crazy stuff. It's really great, and I just like the way they went from, you know, YouTube to, at least Ian went from like YouTube to Cartoon Network. I think it's really cool.
Oh wow, it really is just kind of like the opening. Oh, what was that show that came out recently that was like the it was like their whole job, the character's whole job was to make people happy.
Smiling Friends?
Smiling Friends. That actually
You guys are gonna be cruising at about 0.5. That's 4 hours non-stop to Venom this time of the year, so I hope you don't mind being cramped up in there for that long.
I'll be all right. We'll be fine, Belle.
Okay, stand by. This encrypted channel does not exist. We are not using it. Do you both understand?
Yes, I understand.
Great, because I'm gonna play a message that wasn't left. You both understand?
Steven
Yes,
Universe was
I
also very good.
understand.
Yeah, it was.
Great, because I'm gonna play
It
a
still
message
is,
that
but I
wasn't left with someone's
so
secretary this morning.
Yeah, it is really good.
I never watched the final whole season, or the last couple of seasons. I watched up to the midpoint and then I just kind of dropped off, so we didn't have TV.
I'm gonna take the tack line all night tomorrow.
One show. I was gonna say one show that also is fantastic is Gravity Falls.
Oh my god! Yes! Holy
That
cow!
too.
Oh yeah, I was actually rewatching that recently.
It's so good.
Do you want me to play
And
it
you can
again?
go back and like, and the funny part on that one, they actually they wrote the entire thing way before they even started on season 2. The entire thing was planned out. Oh, it was. You can go back and look, and in episode 1, there are things in episode 1 that are referenced in the last episodes that are like, they're like, oh yeah, that was a very important piece to this puzzle that you didn't notice. And it's incredible.
No, I love the sound of that, honestly.
My cruise is charged.
If I'm not mistaken,
All right,
JG
Belle.
Quintel,
We're ready.
Paxton Ward, and sorry, I just forgot his name, the creator of Regular Show. Sorry, that's JG Quintel. Alex Hirsch, the creator of
You guys
Gravity
are gonna
Falls,
be
they all met
cruising at
on
about
Marvelous
0.5.
Adventures of Flapjack. They
4
worked together.
Yeah.
That show is amazing.
Oh my god. CalArts. Yeah, they're all CalArts alum.
It's gonna take more than that to impress me.
Remember that.
So Fred, how are you liking your car?
I love it. It's great.
Does it still have the new car smell?
Yeah, and it got detailed today, actually. I dropped it off to get the shark skin installed. And it's like some electric thing that keeps your paint from rusting. And
Cool. I don't.
whenever you drop your car off for any kind of service, they always like vacuum and buff the seats and wash the outside of it for you for free. Which is nice.
Nice.
Ooh, da lolly.
No.
My car did you get?
Subaru Crosstrek standard shift.
Hell yeah, same vehicle I have. Amazing vehicle.
Wait, you got a stick shift Crosstrek?
Not a stick shift, just a typical CVT.
Bubba's got an automatic one too. Yeah, like we're all Crosstrek buddies.
Yeah, finding a stick shift is kind of hard to find for those models. What year is it?
It's a 2023. Like I had to get
Really?
it custom ordered and wait for like 4 months.
It's incredible.
Oh, that's slick looking. I like it.
Is it very fuel efficient?
Yeah, it gets like 33, I think, on highway, 28 in cities. I had to spend like a third of as much gas as I thought I was going to spend on my trip. My truck gets like 15 or 18 miles a gallon if I'm lucky.
You missed the Nissan knowing that you no longer have it after 20 years of having it?
I've still got the truck. I haven't sold it yet.
Oh, okay. I thought you sold it.
I don't
Are
want
you
to.
gonna sell it after you?
We don't have room for a third vehicle here, unless I just keep parking across the street, and I don't want to keep doing that. But at the same time, I can park across the street, so I'm not in any huge hurry to get rid of it.
No attempted break-ins recently?
No, I mean, it's not. It won't matter because there's no battery in the car. Like, if somebody really wants to try and steal it again, like, they're gonna have to bring a battery and pop the hood and install a battery without waking me up. If you do that, then great, congratulations. You've got a truck that mostly works and stolen. But there were a couple people that tried to steal it, though. It's the crazy part.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like when I got it fixed, the guy's like, I can't get the key in the ignition. Do you know why? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I don't know. It worked for me. And he's like, well, I'll call you back. And he called me back like a day or two later. He's like, yeah, we found 2 different knife points in your key ignition and took them out. Your key works now.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's 2 different attempts.
Shit, dude.
I was in my seat, by the way.
Busy. I drove through New York City, like Times Square on a Saturday. Very bustling, very, very much activity there.
And how many hours did that take?
It wasn't too bad. Getting out of the city at like 6 or 7 p.m. is kind of bad.
How many hours would you say it took to get from one side of New York City to the other? Like the 6 boroughs.
If I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to the time. Getting around in the city, like going from one borough to another, like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. Like there wasn't really that much traffic. But then when we went there where it's like 4 in the afternoon, yeah, it's a lot of traffic. Still just very clean city. Central Park smelled like pee everywhere you went, except for the zoo.
He says it.
We started getting up to the Central Park Zoo, and I'm like, oh my God, this is gonna be like, I'm gonna be able to taste how this place smells. It'll be so bad. Nope, cleanest part of Central Park that we went through was the zoo. Didn't smell animal pee, didn't smell anything. And then the second we get outside of the Central Park Zoo and just back into Central Park, it's just pee.
Maybe
Smell
that's
again.
the secret. They purposefully leave the park smelling bad so the zoo smells amazing.
I'd imagine they probably just like care more about the zoo because it's like, you know, we can't clean the whole, I guess, park, and people will follow the path. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just in New York a couple weeks ago, just visiting family for reunion, and it is a surprisingly beautiful city for what I was thinking it would be.
Yeah, I went in the early 2000s and it was pretty grody. Half the traffic lights were fucked up and signs were just missing and all that. But no, like it's way better than it was the first time I went there.
All we have to worry about now is people kicking people down the 3rd rail in the subway.
Oh, you got some pictures.
Yeah, it's getting bad apparently over there. The weekend I was there, somebody like a couple stations over got pushed in.
Jesus.
Oh wait, in the subway.
Yeah, like right before a train shows up, usually a guy would like push a person down the third rail, so like into the tracks.
That's terrifying.
Yeah,
Put
but
your back against the wall.
Christ.
But it's like usually with cities like that, because like what the New York, like within the city is like 10 million people. It's like such high numbers where you're always going to find like a few examples of something messed up going on.
Yeah, statistically, everything is bound to happen when you have that many people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Food was very well priced. Wasn't anything insane. Parking and taxi fare, they'll get you.
Oh my God, yeah.
Always ask how much it is before you get in any of the petty cabs or anything like that. Because if you don't, they're gonna like triple charge you. They charged us like $80 for a 7-minute ride. It was insane. Yep.
That's robbery.
It was like the rickshaw, like the dudes that were you're on the 2 bicycle wheels and the little cart behind them, and they bicycle pedal you to where you're going.
Unironically, biking around New York is pretty cool.
I heard the coffee is really expensive in NYC.
It's not too bad. I have family that lives in Queens, and there's like so many coffee shops within like a square mile, and they were all like $3-4 cups of coffee. Nothing horrible.
That's not what I was expecting.
Yeah, sorry.
And oh no, not what you posted.
So, any of you seen Andor?
Oh yeah, I'm going to. I don't know anything about it other than it doesn't suck apparently.
Dude, it probably hold the conversation then to prevent spoilers.
Yeah, all I know about it is it's by the people who, or by the director that did Rogue One, which was all right.
Gilroy.
I like The Mandalorian. I like The Force Awakens. I thought those were like, I enjoyed them. The next one, the Last Skywalker or whatever, the other fucking two, I couldn't get through the second one, and the third one just, it was like The Matrix. The first one was good, the second one like and then the third I didn't even see. But like, yeah,
I'm just a little goblin that eats it all up.
What is it, the Last Jedi or whatever, where he his 10 minutes into that one, I was just like, can we get drunk? Can we get drunk and riff this? And everyone's like, yes, please.
I will never forgive Disney from turning me from oh my gosh, a new Star Wars movie to a
yeah, here we go.
I think changing directors is just a good idea.
It like sucked
halfway between the trilogy.
It like sucked the Star Wars soul out of me. It's like genuinely depressing.
It's like, we're gonna do 20 more shows, 15 more movies. And I'm just like, oh, slow down a little bit. Like,
I remember watching the last movie, and I thought the entire time, no joke, I was in like a fever dream. I was like, all right, at any point, I'm gonna be waking up, and it never happened.
That one guy that was terminally ill and dying, and he asked like if they could let him see the movie before it came out, and it was the Force Awakens, and they did. And then like he died a few days after he saw it. I was like, well, that was really nice of them. And I went and saw the movie, and I was like, well, that was a cool. He probably died pretty happy like seeing that, and I was so glad that it wasn't like, please, before I die, I'd like to see the Rise of Skywalker, the Last Jedi.
He probably asked
goes
them
in there
to
like,
kill him in the movie.
What did you think? And he's like, it sucks.
Please kill me.
What do they call it? Like, it's just like when someone's spouse dies and they die a few days later, and they literally call it dying of a broken heart. He just dies of a broken heart in the middle of the showing.
God, that would be such a bad omen if dude like died in the movie. That would be all over the news. All the YouTube channels that shit on nerd movies would be all over. Like, he fucking died in the movie. You guys know what that means? Be sure to buy the t-shirt.
Fun fact, that happened once, and it ended up being a good omen because it was not a I guess preview showing. I don't know what you would call it. It was a screen testing. It was a screen testing
screener, not a sneak preview.
For a fish called Wanda, and one of the people watching had a heart condition, and he laughed so hard that he got a heart attack and died.
I remember there was a British comedy skit that made some old guy
World's
laugh
Funniest
so
Joke?
hard. Huh?
Is it the Monty Python World's Funniest Joke?
No, The Goodies. It was 1975. Watching an episode of The Goodies. Let me find it. Yeah, Alex Mitchell died laughing watching 1975 BBC comedy called The Goodies. It's like, a sketch comedy show or whatever. They interviewed his daughter about it, I guess. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Like, find something so funny it kills you. It sucks you die, but it's like, holy shit. It's something more funny than anyone else in the world has experienced because it killed you.
It's like Monty Python in the joke.
Was it really that like they laughed so much it gave them a heart attack, or did they just get a heart attack while they were laughing?
I mean, I presume it would be causal because like it would increase your heart rate whenever you laugh really hard because of all the adrenaline.
And also you're straining really hard. You go like laughing that hard, yeah.
Lose your breath and stuff like that, yeah.
There's some Greek dude that was drunk on wine, and there was some joke about a donkey eating a fig or something that he found so funny that he collapsed and died in laughter.
That does sound really familiar.
I don't really get how people can like keep laughing, when they're kind of feeling like, oh shit, if I don't stop laughing now, I'm gonna die. Wouldn't like all the humor just kind of go?
He probably wasn't.
Oh, you hope it will, but
yeah.
Oh, buddy, you
I've
haven't developed a good sense of humor yet.
I've come pretty close to like passing out a few times. It's kind of crazy.
You gotta commit.
Because the thing is like you do panic a little bit, but all you can think about is how fucking funny whatever it was. It's like, don't think about it, don't think about it.
Yeah, there's definitely been a couple times where I've nearly suffocated from laughter. Good times.
I am a proud person to say I have pissed myself laughing before.
For you.
Sounds like a good time.
I'm so proud of you.
Jokes that are like so funny that even if you don't even like directly think about it, if you just kind of think about it and it makes you laugh like really hard, those are the best.
Lersch recalled at the 143rd Olympiad, which took place in 208 to 204 BC. At that time, Chrysippus saw a donkey eating his figs and reportedly yelled, "Now give that donkey a pure wine to wash down those figs," and then started laughing so hard that he fell on the ground, shook uncontrollably, foamed at the mouth, and died.
Okay, see, I didn't hear that he laughed at his own joke so hard that he died. Holy
That was
shit.
the first joke ever.
Maybe
No one knew about humor before that.
Maybe it just hits harder in ancient Greek,
That was
Yeah,
their
because they had no
original
standards yet. It's because like how we're desensitized to horror now, that was terrifying in the 70s.
I mean, think about
He was also a 73-year-old man dizzyingly drunk on unfiltered wine.
There's that too.
He's drinking
Pure.
undiluted wine at the feast. And
But think about how like some memes now, like it'll just be like a random undecipherable image and it'll just say a single noun on it, and that'll be enough to get people to lose their minds laughing.
Yes, the pre-Markiplier E and post-Markiplier
Yeah,
E
like-
meme
yes.
hierarchy.
The pinnacle.
Maybe when he
This
fell
is where
over
everything
laughing, he hit
changed.
his head or something.
That was where everything peaked.
Oh, he just got awkwardly silent.
I remember being in primary school and Yo Mama jokes were the funniest things of all time. Like nothing could top them.
You remember the Yo Mama YouTube?
Yeah, and it's gotten really bad now. no offense to them.
I remember there was an MTV show that was just around Yo Mama jokes.
Yo Mama snaps and slams. Or whatever the fuck. I remember that shit. Yo Mama was so fat, she sat on a quarter and squished a booger out of George Washington's nose. It's like Kids Court, where they would like measure the decibels of people screaming to judge how hard you got slammed by that snap. Something along those lines.
I remember a really good memory of one of my friends telling me a really funny Yo Mama joke, and it's a joke that I'll never forget because it made me laugh so hard. It was like, and no offense to anyone who's overweight, and I'm not talking about any of your mothers in case you're wondering, but it was like, Yo Mama's so fat, last Christmas somebody took a picture of her and it's still printing, and that made me laugh so hard.
Your mom was so fat she jumped up in the air and got stuck. Your mama's so fat, when she sits around the house, she sits around the house.
Heard that one. I've heard that one.
Oh, these are all from like 3rd grade. Oh my god.
Your mom was so fat, she plays pool with the planets.
Major Pain.
Oh yeah, glad you got the reference.
Fucking Major Pain.
Bam,
yeah,
bam,
yeah.
bam.
Legendary.
Well, Yo Mama's so fat, Obi-Wan said, "That's no move. That's Yo Mama."
Damn.
That's robot.
Robot.
It is.
She thought Jar Jar came with pickles.
She said R0 to R2.
Yo Mama, so dumb. Yeah, she said R0 to R2.
Of all the robot chicken Star Wars ones, the one where Palpatine gets a phone call about the Death Star still gets me every time.
I was just thinking that. What do you mean aluminum Falcon? Bunch of fucking teenagers.
Do you know how many credit loans I had to get? No. Oh, don't cry. No, it's fine. It's fine.
That's pretty good. That was pretty good right there.
I love the one when they're having dinner on Cloud City.
Just like Padamale or Panda Bear or whatever the hell her name was.
Oh shoot, who's that? New it's the new animator. I can't think of his name. He does like the clowns and stuff, but he had the Emperor Palpatine with the Yoda.
It's the same guy who did the slashers.
Just the
and,
big
Super
top
Mario Bros.
burgers.
Yeah, Big Top.
Yes. Yeah.
Worthy.
Worthy kids. Ah. So good.
I think they just came out with a recent episode too.
Oh, we gotta watch it.
I need more dudes of hazmat. I really do.
God, we need to keep this tradition up too.
Mm-hmm. Fred, I've been showing people it on VR chat constantly.
Anytime we go into a world with a media player, that's the first thing that goes on. Every time.
It is just the best.
You know, I think one of you mentioned Major Pain.
That movie will always be funny to me. I go back
What are
and
you
watch
looking at, ass?
2000s comedies, and some of them didn't age so well, but that movie will always be funny to me. Every time I watch that movie, I bust out laughing.
You know how he opens like the Coke, like the
And
beer
it
or something with
echoes.
his fingers?
The echo on that is so good.
Fucking the little engine that could. Another 90s film that I recently started rewatching, just lost it every time, is Kung Pao, Enter the Fist.
Oh,
We were
good
just talking
lord.
about that the other day.
Oh, I missed that combo.
But did you ever watch the DVD version that had the "What Were They Really Saying" edition?
I don't recall that.
Because they just said stupid shit that kind of looked like what they were saying to get that translation effect.
Incredible.
So when he angrily says, "I implore you to reconsider," but he says it calmly in the in the dub, what he's actually screaming is, "I'm somebody's mommy." It's just absurd shit like that through the whole thing.
I love that movie.
Creator of Jimmy Neutron, by the way.
Yep. And when he's having the flashbacks and he's meditating and you can't see his mouth at all, so it didn't matter what he was saying, he was back there going like, "Jobbing Big Bird Bing."
Now, I thought Steve Odekirk did. Oh yeah, he did produce Jimmy Neutron. Never mind. But no, he also did Barnyard. I think that was his. And he had a face rig before face rig. I remember he was on a TV show that was like capturing his face while he was talking. But it was like 1997.
Was that the one that had like a skeleton in a car with a woman?
Not sure. It was Odekirk or Steve Odekirk's World or something. I can't remember what thing he was promoting.
Yeah, he also did the Thumb movies.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Thumbtanic. The Blair Thumb. The God Thumb. God.
I'd rather not think of Thumb Wars. No.
Yeah, no, that was another thing on the DVD, was just a secret preview that was just 2 seconds of Thumb Wars with some dude turning around yelling, "We've been hit." That was it. There was no context.
Yeah, I feel like the annoying orange completely ripped him off.
Yeah,
It wasn't
actually.
anywhere near as funny.
On Blair Witch stuff, did any of you see the Scooby-Doo project, like the Scooby-Doo pirate parody of Blair Witch?
That's the only one I saw. I never saw the
remember that being
original.
on TV.
Yeah.
When the Blair Witch was
That
in
was
theaters.
creepy.
I watched it instead of the original.
Yeah, no, that was really creepy, especially because they cut out, I think, the ending when he's just like, "Oh, it's Halloween," and when you see like, and they have all the Scooby-Doo props, it's like evidence. That's really creepy.
That was right before the Harvey Birdman episode where Shaggy gets pulled over, stoned as fuck. He's like, "Like, get it, Scooby? Dooby?" And like the cop walks up and the smoke's coming out of the window in the mystery machine. Oh man, that's like the golden age of, or the golden era of Adult Swim stuff. Back when like Space Ghost Coast to Coast and the Brack Show and all that.
I love the original Aqua Teen cast showing up in Space Ghost.
Yeah,
And
the-
Moltor just eats meat.
The Aqua Teen, they had a movie recently. Like, really recently, like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and they're getting ready to do a Venture Brothers one too. I'm holding out for that one.
I'm so excited for that.
Aqua Teen
You know Harvey
Hunger
Birdman.
Force : movie film for theaters.
Yeah. I have the first Aqua Teen movie on DVD. Harvey Birdman got a weekend, by the way.
That's an amazing sentence on its own. I don't even know about the quality of the game, but I just love that I got to hear that.
It's practically its own episode, just as a weekend.
Good lord.
Man. I want to watch Xavier Renegading.
Do you really though,
That
or
was
do you want
yes.
to remember it? Remember it as something very different than it actually was.
No, I loved it. The two-parter of Damnesia Vu. Oh my god, what a fucking ride that show was.
Oh yeah.
Part when he meets himself, like, got a ton of views on YouTube. I think a lot of people discovered it from that.
I think I unfairly lumped that show in with some of the weirder shit like Saul of the Mole Man. Was that the live action one?
Yes,
That used to come on at around the same time.
I have that
I think
show.
I was too young. I think I was too young to understand Saul of the Mole Man, so I just assumed that it and Xavier were both really stupid.
Xavier has really good writing. For how
Okay,
stupid
we'll watch that
it is.
too. Yeah, we'll watch that too, I guess.
The second episode when he like joins the gang is really, really funny.
Previously on Soul of the Mole Man. Why don't you sign this important document, greenlighting my big secret idea, Project Thunderhole? Unless we receive the signature of a licensed, certified geologist. I know a geologist. And now then he worked, died on their way to the center of the earth. And so we're left with Johnny Tambourine.
Why did I hate this as a kid?
I hate it now.
Is that the Amanda Show?
It's Trey Parker singing the theme.
Oh god.
I prefer Fat Guy Stuck in Internet. That was a good one.
Oh, that is a good one. What's that trippy one where it's like a shitty hospital and there's like a crazy guy.
There
I
you
also
are,
have
you
that one.
bastard. I love everybody in that show.
I
Richard
could
Ayoade,
Watch
fucking
that
Matt
over
Berry.
and over again. Matthew Holness, the guy who plays Garth Marenghi, he did a horror movie recently that is apparently like very critically acclaimed called Possum. It's about some guy in a puppet or ventriloquist dummy or some shit. I haven't seen it yet. I have it. I'm gonna watch it, but apparently it's really, really good, and it just tickles me to know that like Garth Marenghi actually wrote, or you know, his actor Matt Holness like actually in real life wrote a scary movie, and it got like huge critical acclaim.
He really showed us his dark place.
It's
He
just
finally
it's funny
got to.
because in the show he's such a hack, and it sucks and it's really bad, but that's why it's funny.
Blood, 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 and bits are sick.
I remember seeing Dark Place on TV when it was coming out. It was when I worked for my dad. It's like the only thing to do at his house. Like I didn't have a computer, so it was just like Adult Swim all night, every night.
I always think of Ayoade's iconic line every time that show comes up. Cool it, Sanchez, you'll get a knuckle supper. I can't even think of it without laughing. Fuck.
Kind of off topic, but have you guys watched Genndy Tartakovsky, or is it Tartakovsky or Tarkovsky's Primal?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of that right now.
Okay.
I'm taking my time with it. It's like my
No,
favorite
take your
cartoon.
time.
Yeah, you gotta
It's
savor
really
that
good.
shit.
I'd like to meet that dude one day and be like, hey, you're really good. I like your stuff. Here's my stuff. It's not as good as your stuff, but I like your stuff. Okay, I gotta go, bye. And then like run like Napoleon Dynamite away without my arms just dead at my sides, not moving while I run away.
You've just forgotten how to function in that moment.
Or just like because I'm embarrassed and like want to hide my face.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, bye.
I watched your stuff and it made me want to make stuff.
I like your work. Here's my work. And then out of nowhere, he's like, "Oh, do you have a Discord that I can join in?" And you're like, "Oh my god, it's happening."
I would just look at him and shake my head and be like, "Don't get on Discord. It's."
Who voiced Grievous in the Star Wars again?
Fucking John DiMaggio in the
Yeah.
animated show. That was amazing. Because I had never heard him play an intimidating character, and that Grievous was like a surgeon of death. It was weird.
They do really well with that too. I've only seen clips of it.
Oh, it's incredible. You have to watch it.
Noted.
Well, you never heard John DiMaggio do an intimidating character? Did you ever play Gears of War?
No, I didn't. My cousin
man.
played that when I was growing up.
He voices the main character in that.
Yeah.
I just hear Jake the dog.
Bacon pancakes.
His versatility is really admirable, especially because with a voice like that, it would be so easy for him to get typecast. You're the monster guy now. You're like Steve Bloom 2.
Oof. Never good to be a number 2. Dang, this is all making me want to go back to like Comic Cons and stuff. It's like meeting voice actors and meeting comics and, different animators. God.
I've never actually been to a con. I should really start.
You should.
Oh, they're really fun.
Even small ones, like local ones, are great.
I think I was at Fan Fusion back in May.
Last one I did was a Star Wars Celebration earlier this year, actually.
I've only ever been to a Star Wars convention when I was really young. They don't really have much conventions where I live.
Yeah, you have to drive. Pretty far.
I have to fly, for sure. I used to drive, now I fly.
I met James Ralph once back in
That's
Syracuse.
crazy.
That was cool.
Who's James Ralph?
He put out a book recently, AVGN, the Younger Video Game Nerd. He put out a book recently, and it's like selling really well.
Good for him.
Yeah, that guy's really cool. He's really like open to interacting with his fans, because my friend emailed him and he emailed him back in like a day.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's like
That's awesome.
he's just a great dude.
Have you guys ever done like SPX or Small Press Expo? It's in Maryland.
That's a negative.
Oh,
You don't live there.
it's such a good one. It has it's all just a bunch of indie comics and independent creators. Really freaking cool.
I need to see how Reagan's doing and how Wyatt is coming along.
I haven't checked either. But either way, if you ever get the chance, SPX is really, really, really cool.
I honestly think that's what I'd rather do for cons instead of going to the big ones, is look for the ones that, like, I knew some people from Connecticut a while back, and, like, there was a convention called Fur Fright, and they loved this so much that they would basically spend the entire year getting ready for the next one.
Yeah.
That's what I want to go see. Stuff like that, where people
You meet a lot of
live
people
for
like
it.
I don't think I can
And they're all like
do like the 10,000 people things anymore.
Same.
Been to one NYC, and it was way too much. New York City Comic Con, never again.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta go to like SPX. It's small. It's like a bunch of basically everyone you run into is an artist. And you're like, oh, what up? And it really is just like a bunch of artists that meet up with other artists.
I do like MagFest. That one I was thinking about doing MagFest to debut my cartoon.
Oh, that could be cool.
I don't know if it'll be finished in time.
You could always show in progress stuff. People love to see in progress stuff.
Is it called Super MagFest now?
Changed it.
Or maybe that's the theme this year is super. Yeah, January 5th through 8th. I don't think I'm going to be able to make that. And besides, even if I did, I'd have to like get with them months ahead of time and be like, are you guys going to give me a room or do we need to schedule whatever? That's all right. I don't need to premiere it anywhere. I want to get it on the fucking internet and just get started on the next one.
That's fair. That's pretty fair.
But no, if there's some other con around that time that's convenient and they want me, because like I said, I'm not going to go to any cons anymore unless I'm paid to go. I know that sounds snooty, but it's just like the last 5 cons I went to were just a sweaty pain in the ass. Yeah. And it's just way too many people, so it's like, and I end up spending like, $2,000 on parking and hotels and all this. It's like, I don't want to do this anymore, but if you guys want to have me and do like they did, like they made me a special guest at MagFest for premiering episode 1 there, and I got a free room for one night.
It's a different experience when you have to like set up stuff. You have to prepare like a table. When you go with friends, it's super great because like it's non-committal. You don't have to deal with anything.
You're pretty far north too, aren't you? So you have to fly in and all that madness.
Yeah, unless it's like New York or something. I mean, I don't mind driving. Like,
long drive.
It's fun. Like I'm 10 hours from New York, I think. Something, 10 or 11 hours from New York, and that's nothing. It's like you get up in the morning and you get there at some time in the evening. It's but
horrible.
Getting more, you people over in Europe that were like a 3-hour car ride involves like embracing your family before you leave and saying prayers.
I'd done a 10-hour bus ride from London to Glasgow, and that nearly killed me last week.
Riding 10 hours on a bus would suck. No lie. But like if it's my vehicle and I can stop and eat and drive whenever I want, then it's fine. But no, like being in someone else's, or like in an unfamiliar vehicle or public transit for that long, like no, I wouldn't like that.
Only reason I took the bus is that rail strikes were on, and the last plane ticket from London to Edinburgh was 1,200 quid. So you know someone in London would pay it.
I drive 2 hours over the border into Maine and do my flights at Bangor, because using the St. John airport here that's like 2 hours from that, it's a difference between a $500 plane ticket and a $1,400 plane ticket. Just spend the extra gas money and park your car. So Greg just would drop me off there and drive back, and my plane tickets would be like less than half because I'm not going across a country border, I guess.
Makes sense. You're not flying international.
No, like all of the driving that I did this past 2 weeks, I would do it again in a heartbeat. It was an adventure. The whole thing was an adventure. We had a really good time. Anytime I go on a trip like that, it's a fucking adventure, and I enjoy it.
Where'd you go?
From here, we went to New Hampshire to see where Bubba's moving to. And then from there, we drove to New York City, stayed with a friend there for a few days. And then we drove down and I stayed a week in Tennessee and like visited my family for the first time in 3 years. And then did the same thing on the way back, like went from Tennessee up to New York City and stayed there again for another day or two and did New York stuff. And then we went to Bangor and their planes going back home were in Bangor. So we got a hotel there another night, dropped them off at the airport, and I drove back home. So that's my 2 weeks ago, but I'd do it again. I drove the whole way. I did 100% of the driving, didn't care. It was my new car. It's my first new car since I was 17.
Gotta break it in.
Oh, and I did too, and it was great. It was lovely the whole drive, even the parts that weren't.
Speaking of breaking it in, do you have to worry about like the salts up north a lot more?
Yeah, I just got my shark skin installed today. It's this little electrode thing that runs a charge through your frame so salt doesn't make it rust as much.
Oh.
So hopefully that'll help a little bit. I looked it up. I thought it was bullshit. It was like, no, they actually work. They're pretty decent. Like, okay,
just
so I
do
didn't
weekly washes.
That too, like detailing your car, getting your car detailed like once a month or whatever is good.
Was getting that electrode thing costly?
I think it was like an extra $1,000 on the cost of the car. I'm sure it was a little more than it should have been, but it came with the deal thing that I got.
Oh yeah, classic.
That's not
Well,
bad.
if you ever get a chance to drive in Boston, I give you more than a happy tour
Arden's going pretty
of MIT
good.
and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, we drove right by Boston, actually.
Next time.
I think we did. It was, we went through Massachusetts. I just don't remember exactly where. Their signs are like Boston, 30 miles away.
You probably passed through like Worcester or something.
Yeah, we went. You say Worcester?
Yeah, that's how I say it.
We stopped in Worcester for McDonald's, and inside the McDonald's there was a big sign that said Worcester, Worcester. It had like all the different ways to say it, and then at the bottom, like no matter how you say it, it's home or something like that. That's the only reason I knew that I was there, because I saw that sign. I was like, oh, we're in Worcester, Worcester, Worcester. Like I was just reading them all off.
Yeah, my mom got really mad at me when I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in Worcester. It's like, no, it's Worcester. I'm like, what? It's like, it's Worcester. I'm like, okay.
Actually, it's Worcester. If we're going from like the British town or whatever, it's Worcestershire.
Have you ever
You're all
been
wrong.
to the fancy McDonald's that's in Freeport in Maine?
With the lobster
I don't know
rolls?
if I've been to Freeport yet.
It's kind of, it's not like a huge city, but it's kind of like it's a little bit northeast of Portland, like a little bit before Brunswick. So it'd be on the main route if you drove back through Maine again. But it's a small town, and they have like this weird old law that like all buildings have to conform to a certain like building style, like that old colonial style of building.
Oh, yeah, Cambridge has that.
Yeah, including businesses. So when a McDonald's went there, they had to follow that code. So the McDonald's looks like an old colonial home, but it's a McDonald's. And so it's considered like the fanciest McDonald's in America.
I know McDonald's in Maine's have McLobsters. I definitely want to try those out.
McLobsters, what an amazing phrase.
Yeah, like lobster rolls, but like McDonald's versions.
There's a picture of the Freeport McDonald's in the voice chat. It's even got a drive-through. It's just, brick pavement.
Yeah, you're right. McLobster. It's American seasonal sandwich at McDonald's, only available in Atlantic Canada and the New England region in the summer during the time which lobster is abundant. The McLobster.
Such a hankering for lobster recently.
Blew my mind when I heard that the other day.
I
Weirdly
want to
enough,
get a beer from like a McDonald's in France. Sounds nice. Or shitty.
What?
Yeah, I found that
Fucking
weird
good.
that they actually serve alcohol at McDonald's in other parts of the world.
Yeah, they had mixed spaghetti for a while, I think, in Paris.
spaghetti.
Yeah, apparently it tasted like ketchup and some really shitty like pasta.
I have to say though, I like the McDonald's that was just posted because the branding is not allowed to be as obnoxious and gigantic. It's actually kind of classy just over the door like that.
Well, I was just wondering why they don't have like
That's
even a
fancy.
sign hanging down with like an M on it. Not like the whole big, model or anything, like literally just like a sign.
The old McDonald's.
The old.
One thing I've grown to love about New England is just like the thick accents of people around here. It's absolutely wild.
words, Magic Man.
Germa fans getting dismayed that he doesn't sound as Bostonian as he used
my
to.
first night here, like I walked into this pizza place my first day, or first night in Boston. I didn't have my stuff with me on my car, so I just walked to this pizza place. And I walk in, and it's called like Pizza Roma. It's run by this like Italian man who's been there since the '60s. He's like, "Hey, welcome to the Pizza Roma. What can I get you today? I'm making a meatball sub." I'm like, "Oh wow." He's like, "Yeah, I can make you the pepperoni. I can make you the meatball. I can make you this." And I'm like, "Oh, I'll get it." It's like, "Oh, okay, come on, right." But he starts like singing while he's like cooking. And he looks over at me. He's like, "Say, I've never seen you down these parts before. Where are you from?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm from Texas." He's like, "Oh, Texas. Oh, well, what are you doing all the way up here? You're so far away." I'm like, "Oh, I'm here for school." He's like, "Oh, that's great." He looks over. He's like, "Oh, I see. That's a good school. Very good school." He's like, "What are you studying over there? It must be something really important." I'm like, "Oh, I know. I'm studying." His son walks in, and his son has like a super like thick Boston accent. He's like, "Oh, so what are you studying?" His son walks in. "Hey, numbnuts. He's obviously studying engineering. What do you think he's studying? Liberal arts over at Harvard?" Like, oh my god. It's so. I sat there just dying the whole time because it's just this Italian man and this Bostonian man just arguing while I'm waiting for my pizza to get cooked. Every time I go, it's always just incredible. And that's
It's
just
like,
like one
wait,
place.
what
It's
part of New
everywhere around
England
the
am I
city.
in?
It's just madness. Sorry, what was that? Yeah, alright. This is the Boston area.
Oh no, it just makes it sound like you get too confused, like where you're actually at.
They sell meatball pizzas there.
What?
Pizzas are not bad.
I've never heard of like meatballs on pizza before.
Because Boston's like a really like prominent like Italian American. Like they basically take meatballs and they like break them up into little chunks and they like make it a topping. It's like called a meatball pizza.
Speaking of places to eat, Falco, what was that one place? What was that thing we ate when we were in Little Tokyo?
The okonomiyaki is what you're thinking of.
Okonomiyaki.
What is okonomiyaki?
Like a Japanese pancake from
Whoa.
Hiroshima.
That sounds magical.
Those are those big fat ones.
Yeah, they're usually
The
pretty
pancakes that look
fat-inducing.
like they have trouble breathing. The ones you can make in a rice cooker.
A little bit, yeah.
Just thinking about that the other day, I was like,
They do a little bit, yeah. Oh man, I miss that. Yeah, I will say like one big thing I miss is the food because there are some good food up here, but it's not nearly as abundant as like in Texas or in LA. I really do miss that. I'm always complaining like, God, the food is like Tex-Mex. Oh, good luck finding a good Tex-Mex place up here. There was one I went to that was actually really good in the Boston area. Finding other good food places, you have to like really search for it.
My biggest thing was like nowhere has sweet tea, and you had to go to the McDonald's to get sweet tea, but it was like sugar with water.
Milo's
Sugar water.
sweet tea is the best sweet tea.
It is Milo's for the win. And the best part is
Sorry,
you
I
can, like,
interrupted you, by the way, McCabe, even.
oh no, you're good. I interrupt everyone. I'm pretty bad about it.
That's the thing that sucks about living in a small town. It's just like you have to really venture out to find good food to eat.
Or you just gotta know people. Like, I work with a guy that is from Argentina, and his whole thing is like every now and again I help him work on a house, and so he'll bring like empanadas over, and oh my god, I am like addicted to empanadas. They're like amazing, good grief. And the best part is like his whole thing is like Argentina, or at least his region of Argentina, is all about like beef. And so, you know, my family raises beef cattle. So I'm like, oh, I have all this hamburger. And he's like, oh my God, if you bring me hamburger, I will make you some really good beef and empanadas. And they are absolutely fantastic.
Dude, that sounds bomb.
You just gotta meet people. That's all I'm saying. Just gotta meet people. If you don't have a good restaurant, you gotta find the people that
You
could
gotta
have
know
good
a
restaurant.
guy. I know a guy.
Yeah.
Got a point.
Because there's a lot of people that could have a restaurant but don't have one, so you just gotta go to them and be like, "Hey, I like how you make this. I will commission you to make empanadas."
That's an interesting way to put it. Just requesting it like that, like it's a drawing.
Well, you
I mean, I swear to God.
I guess my problem is that people I know are a bunch of nerds who don't even know how to make like basic pasta, so it's really tough.
I mean, you just gotta watch on YouTube. Watch on YouTube and be like, "Man, I really wish that I could make that." And then you just
Not
go out
hard.
to Kroger.
Some people are just lazy.
Of course I know
I
how to
don't
make good
want
pasta.
to
I make stuff all
boil
the time. It's
rice.
just I don't have the time.
Don't
Of
make
course
me
I know how
wait
to
and
make
do
good
I'm
pasta.
super lazy.
Step
I
1,
am
wash the
very lazy.
noodles. No!
Just out of curiosity, because we were talking about like food mascots earlier, do any of you know the story with like the Noid?
The Noid?
Void the Noid. I had the video
Yeah.
game.
Domino's tried.
No, like there's a hostage situation. It's actually kind of a tragedy. It's on the Wikipedia.
No, I never
Oh.
heard that.
Is it food related?
Yes and no. Essentially, there's this guy, and his last name was Noid, and he was like, I think he had some form of schizophrenia, and he just kind of felt like, oh, they're making fun of me, and he held up a Domino's. He held 2 Domino's employees up with a handgun, but eventually he was like detained and no one was hurt, but he ended up, taking his own life, which is tragic.
Oh, it's because his last name was Noid and people made fun of him or something?
No, no one made fun of him. He just thought all the Avoid the Noid advertisements were making fun of him.
I mean, the situation is funny. The thing that happened itself, obviously not. But like, holy fuck. Yeah, Kenneth Lamar Noid. They went into Atlanta, Georgia. Jesus. No, I never heard about that.
Imagine like thinking
Yeah,
that
they
you
say
would-
that's why they stopped using the Noid as a mascot.
Like,
Don't
why are we talking
have
about-
any mascots that could possibly be the last name of a person. Yeah, I never heard about that. Holy shit.
Huh.
But yeah, I do want to finish it. If you haven't ever made pad thai, you gotta make pad thai. So good. Okay, that's all I got. That's all my food stuff.
Powdered peanut butter.
The most I've ever made is a glizzy, like a microwavable one.
A glizzy.
Yeah. That was last
Dark
night.
is story.
Also, with Milo's, like if you pour just half of it into a cup and then the rest with water, it goes a million. It goes way longer. You ever gone down the weird rabbit hole of what's it called? Rail hopping on YouTube.
Wait, doing what now?
It's like this whole like sub community on YouTube of people that ride trains.
Oh, train
It's like-
jumping? Yeah,
Yeah.
my buddies in high school used to do that. One of them got killed at it, or one of his buddies
Yeah.
did. I
On
remember it was
top
in the
of the
paper.
trains.
Yeah, not riding the rails.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm sorry that that happened to your friend. No, my condolences.
I don't know, this is like, I was like 14. I remember that was in the newspaper and shit.
Yeah. But I was actually like same situation actually. There's a guy on YouTube called Stobe. It's got like this whole series of just like going across the country. I don't know, it's kind of interesting.
With stuff like that, like jumping on top of a train, I honestly, it seems so dangerous. I wonder how people actually like survive it.
Well, it's
Do they stop the train when they realize people are on top or something?
they sneak around, but it's basically if you get onto a lot of this container, you know, I'm not saying you should, but the general container trucks or yeah, the trucks have like these little cavities on the ends that you can kind of get into that are rain protected from the rain and stuff. And it's fallen so far out of fashion for, you know, it wasn't in fashion, but a lot of people don't do it anymore, so they hardly check trains, so people can get away with it pretty easily. But it's pretty cool. I don't know. That's not, I like the fact that like you see so much. It's kind of crazy.
You've been seeing those people that would like rob trains like crazy down in the LA area. Last couple of years. Like trains would come into port, they'd stop and a bunch of people like go in just like start stealing a bunch of shit from
Dang.
trains. They'd like call in like the special like train police. I don't even know what they're called, like rangers almost.
The
It's like
bull.
Wild West. There was like one train that had like weapons in it, and like people figured it out, and then like when the train stopped at somewhere in LA, like a bunch of thugs got into it and like stole a bunch of guns and ammunition out of it. And it was like super serious. It was like last year or something.
Yeah, they have like a whole bunch of there's like these outposts along the rails that these trains will stop in. And you can usually kind of track where they're going based off of that. Pretty predictable. I got deep into a rabbit hole on that one. It's kind of wild. I actually worked with a guy on the farm I worked at that I don't know when he started. He was like 16 or something. Him and his buddies would just like hop on the. He was from my area too, so I was like, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I would ride the train from this park to this park, and I would walk home and stuff like that with my buddies." And I always wonder, it's like, well, what else happened? for like a greater part of his 20s, he just rode trains all over the country with his friends. He was basically just homeless and just went all over the place. Went down into Mexico.
It's like
Got-
D's Big Adventure.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's just like this insane. It's like, why are you here? You know, it's kind of like you had like this grand.
Very bohemian.
I guess it sounded a lot more rough than I'm making it out to be. But he rode the rails during his 20s. Got a job at a bar end in LA. Then worked around the country and bars and rode rails to different bars and jobs and stuff like that. Went down to Mexico, South America, got a job in Europe, and I don't know, he just went all over the place. Like it's kind of wild to think that like this dude that's been all over the world and doing all these kind of crazy things that I couldn't even fathom doing suddenly just winds up working on a horse farm in the middle of nowhere. And I'm like, why are you here, man? Like you could be making so much money as a bar end or working at all these bars that you worked at that were like super high-end yachts and stuff like that. And he's like, at some point you just want something that's stable. I don't want to, it's like I ran away from home and it's kind of like I miss my family and stuff like that. And it's like he's learning to be a farrier now. That's just insane to think that like it's out of nowhere you quit all of this and become a farrier. And it's like, well, if you go anywhere in like South America or Central America, horses are pretty big. It's kind of like a lot of cowboy culture. And he's like, it's a really handy, thing to know, especially with like all the farms.
Well, hey, if you're
Especially
good at
like-
it.
Yeah. And so, I don't know, it's just kind of weird.
Is it hard to be homeless in America?
I
mean, obviously it's hard to be homeless anywhere, yeah, but like in particular, is there much difficulty?
I guess. There's so many shelters that you can just go into, but it's also kind of like, how do you get started again? If your credit's bad, there's so many holes that you can dig yourself into, and it's just time. It's like a lot of time to dig out.
If you are homeless and you have no drug addictions and no mental problems, getting back on your feet is not that hard. A lot of the people who are homeless, who stay homeless, either it's because they're on drugs or they have mental issues, and there's no like good course of action for that it's in our government right now. But no, like if you're just like, oh, I lost my house and blah blah blah, and you're not getting hooked on drugs and there's nothing wrong with your brain, you can get back on your feet. If you have friends that you haven't like ripped off and burned bridges with, it's not that hard.
Yeah, you forget that you have friends. That's a whole nother.
Yeah, that's good to know, but from an outsider's perspective, like looking in, it just seems like it would be a very kind of like different thing depending on where you live, I guess, in America. Would I be correct in saying that, or?
I mean, it would be a lot easier to get up on your feet if you live in the Midwest than you do, say, New York.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. But then again, jobs are a lot more centralized in New York. It's another thing. Like when I was working 3 jobs, I had to drive an hour to my first one, but everything was in the same area. So it's like it was easy to go from one to the other. And then now that I'm back here, it's kind of like one job is an hour away from another job, and then that job's an hour away from my home, and then I have to go back for a second shift, and it's like it gets really difficult once you get into the sprawl of everything. But there's a bunch of like cities and just empty towns in the Midwest that are just, if you need a cheap place to live, there's some that are just really good about that. They're super, super cheap apartments, but you're out in the middle of nowhere essentially, because everyone's moving out. It's like here in Appalachia, everyone's just kind of, I don't know, they're just kind of leaving.
Visiting the Cornerian Embassy,
Kind of rough, actually.
hence the paperwork and uniform.
You know that town in Pennsylvania that has like a coal mine underneath it that's like always on fire?
Oh yeah, I've heard about it. I've never didn't know it was in Pennsylvania. That was like Kentucky or something. Or was it out west? I thought it was out west. It's like in the prairie.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just kind of looked that up, and that's the first thing that came up.
Yeah,
I think
they
it's
abandoned
interesting.
town.
I'm imagining, like, I imagine no one can live there anymore.
It probably wouldn't be a good idea. It's all the fumes are coming. I'm pretty sure that's out west. It's got to be out west. I remember seeing like this small PBS documentary on it. It was like this really flat area, a lot of grass, and then there's like this big hole in the earth with smoke coming out.
What was that town called? It's with like a T or something, right?
It's like Centria or something.
Oh, Centralia. Centralia, that's it.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off of here.
Yeah.
I've been going almost 8 fucking hours straight, so I'm gonna go over and raid Boogs. Shower her with greetings for me. I might be back on tomorrow, we'll see. But y'all have a good one, and thanks for hanging out with me. I'll catch you in the next one.
See ya.
Alright.
The sock master has bought me it like shows up on the stream. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I will let the ads roll for a little bit